What is up, super fam and bro vengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today, you should already know what we about to do, ladies and gentlemen, and ladies. We are checking out none other than chapters 5 through 8 of our book club series. I keep wanting to say from watcher to reader because I am so used to that being like everything that we talk about, but it's not from watcher to reader. This is Reading Wednesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Reading Wednesday. There we go. That's right. That's my bad. I keep wanting to say from watcher to reader. I am just so used to it. But this week, we are going to be covering chapters 5 through 8 of Mistborn. This is Mistborn. I know it's called something though. It's like the Final Empire. I think that's what this movie. I think that's what this book is called. I think it's the Final Empire, then the Whale of the Well of Ascension. This isn't in the right order either. And then we finish it off with the Hero of Ages. But today, we are going to be checking out Mistborn, chapters 5 through 8. Let me know if you guys like these chapters, and let me know what was your favorite. Okay, my chat's not working for some reason, because I know you guys are commenting, but it's not showing up anywhere. So I got to fix that, because I'm not sure why that is. There we go. Let's get that in there. Let's see. Why is my chat not working? Chat. Wait, I have two chats and neither of them are working. Why is that? Is this on? Yes. Okay, let's close that too. Let's see. Let's pop out chat. Can we get a chat check? Like, what's happening? I don't know. Sorry, guys. Chat's being difficult. Let's pop that out again. Marvel Bros. Chat check. What's going on? I am very sorry about this. Okay, let's turn it off and turn it back on. Refresh that. Exit that. What in the world? I had everything already. Everything is going smoothly. Chat, check. I'm not sure why it's not working, to be honest. What the hell? All right, well, sorry about that. I don't know why chat is tweaking right now. Well, like my chat thing is like absolutely tripping balls, and it should not be. 6 minutes in, huh? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is unfortunate. Menu. Mechanics. General. Which? Oh, mechanics. Optional chat. Bruh. What? What? Yeah, bro. I don't know. What have I done? This is sad. I'm sorry. I gotta revert a couple things. Okay, here we go. There we go. Because I've been using a brand new chat thing. That's how the emojis are able to pop up all over the stuff, and then your guys' comments can pop up and stuff. I don't know why that's not working right now, so I have to revert back to the old way of doing it, and I had to go ahead and do a lot of clicking and adding stuff. There we go. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's been 30 minutes and we've done nothing. No, I'm just playing. But, I hope everybody's having a fantastic day today for real. It is Wednesday, August 21st, 2024. And I'm happy to have all of you lovely people here who are still here. And we will be jumping into chat and see how you guys are doing. If you're new around here, if you haven't already, make sure you follow us on social media at Marvel Bros. To stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. And, of course, you already know you can check out that weekly podcast wherever you check out your podcast at ladies and gentlemen, and ladies and all you other lovely fellas, swaps. You already know how it be. Okay, so yeah, man, today we are going to be covering chapters 5 through 8 for our Reading Wednesday series. I would love to know what was your guys' favorite chapter out of this portion that we had this week. And man, I love how the first thing that I'm gonna just say real quick is I love how cinematic this book is. It definitely is very cinematic. It's insane how cinematic it is. Honestly, this portion just brought me a level of joy that I didn't know. I didn't know that we were in for. You know, I really didn't. I had no idea that it was gonna be that just fantastic. And I had a lovely time with it, and I hope you guys really had a lovely time with it too. Definitely some longer chapters coming out of this week's portion of the reading as well. So I'm excited to get into all of that, and as we will, but you guys know how we do things around here, and if you don't, the first thing that we get into is our chat talk, where we just basically chat about some stuff, see how everyone is doing, all that good stuff, see how everyone's week was, and then also, give everyone, the opportunity to kind of give their overall thoughts and just kind of give highlights to the things that you may have liked within this portion of the reading as well. Because, man, it was really pleasant. I'm not going to lie to you. So I again, let me know what your guys' favorite chapter was out of this one. And this week was so far it's been a solid week. Today I was not able to go to the comic book store, so I don't have any new comics to show off, unfortunately. But it was still a good week. It's been a good week. We're at the halfway point now. Got a lot of work done, doing some stuff with the org here. So yeah, man, and I'm hoping I've been trying to pump out more content, but I've been slipping. I'm not gonna lie. I've been slipping. I'm gonna try to get back on it. I was cranking out a video like a day last week, I think, and I want to do that again. I don't know if I'm able to do. I think I cranked out a video on Monday. I think I did do a video Monday and Tuesday. So I guess I can still do a video today, so I can at least have one out. It'll come out probably way later than I want it to, but it'll be out though. So that's probably what's going on there. I've been in talks with my artists and stuff like that, and that's been good. Now that's stuff's been going smoothly. So this Friday, I think you guys have seen. If you haven't seen, this Friday we're going to be going live, doing stuff with the book, talking about it. I'm probably to be doing some reading from it as well, and just having that be all open. And then it'll be up here on the channel, and then I'm hoping to release it on this channel as well, like the full reading, and then maybe on the Gifts TLG channel I'll release it like maybe weekly or something like that, almost like it's a episode by episode, you know what I mean, like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. It is long, like it's not long, it's only like about 2 hours maybe, like when like doing the full stuff that I have so far, but still it's a vibe. So on Friday we'll be doing that, talking about it, showing off some more artwork and things like that that's going on. And yeah, so that should be fun, and I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it this Friday. And then, man, unfortunately the Acolyte got canceled. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of bummed about that, yo, for real, for real. The Acolyte literally got canceled, like, man, it's pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty sad. They just are not interested. Like, Disney is showing that they're not interested. Well, I can't even say that Disney is showing. I'll say that the fans are showing these companies, literally all companies, that they aren't interested in new things of any kind. They want the same thing done the same way, which I'm not a big fan of. I like stuff to be new, and I like people to try new things and all that. So sometimes it does take an adjustment. When you eat a new food that you've never ate before, it will take a little bit of an adjustment to your taste buds. That's just how it works. But not everybody is accustomed or built to be able to accept new things, and it's very unfortunate to see. I wanted to do a full stream on that yesterday. I might do one tomorrow, or maybe no, not later tonight. I want to get into the motion of doing things during the day more, for real. So I'm hoping that we can get that going very soon. So yeah, that's gonna be hype to see. I mean, it's gonna be hype to be able to see what they're gonna do in the future with Star Wars, regardless. But I mean, we just got some, not release, but we just got some news that they are trying to recast what is his name, Balin, I believe, Balin's character from the Ahsoka series. So that's a vibe as well. So I'm really excited to check all that stuff out. It's unfortunate that they're gonna recast him, but I mean, it just shows that they want to actually do something with that character more so, and they're not gonna kind of just write it all off, which is kind of something that we were interested in knowing what they were gonna do. So, interesting news coming out of Star Wars. Definitely looks like they're taking some more steps towards possibly seeing Filoni take that seat. I mean, Iger did come through and say, hey, we're not going to be making a shit ton of stuff anymore and all that. So it's exciting to see that. But other than that, man, let me see what other news. We got some new. We already talked about the Bo de Mayo stuff earlier in the week. World of Wakanda, all that good stuff. Yeah, so I think that's kind of it for the chat talk. Let me know what you guys are having for dinner tonight. And if you guys haven't already, you should definitely check out all the stuff that we got going on. And then let's jump into chat and see how all you beautiful folks are doing. Thatcher says, howdy folks. Yo, what's up with it, Thatch? How you doing, bruh? I hope you're having a good day today. Yo, what's up with it, Mari Sue and KP? How y'all both doing, yo? Excuse me. How you doing, KP? I hope you're having a good one, G. And how you doing, Mara Sue? Yo, what's up with this, Sharice? How you doing, girly? I hope you're having a good day, too. Definitely happy Reading Wednesday to all of you nerdy wordies in here. Let's see. I love these early chapters. Bro, I really enjoyed this portion of the reading. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was really good. Like, I had a really good time with it. Oh man, it was just fantastic. I really loved it. Every chapter I had a good time with. I'm babysitting tonight, so I'm gonna be on lurk mode for the first hour until they go to sleep. Well, if they're watching, go to sleep and be nice. Be nice. All right? Be nice to Mari Sue. And if you don't know who that is, she'll tell you it's her. Be nice. Listen. Yeah, definitely reading this with you guys and all that good vibes, man. Love the interactions for sure. Like I said, what I want to do is I'm going to Cause now what I do is on Wednesday, I just do like all of the reading, and then like, cause I do it like I'm doing a really big study. But what I want to break it up into different days, and then I want to use those as episodes that we could possibly do where we're doing the entire thing, and maybe it can go on Patreon. Maybe we can do it through the Discord or on TikTok live, just because those three ways are ways that we don't have to worry about, the lord of the copyright. So that's something that I really want to get into more, like doing it live on Discord and TikTok, and then having the saved video on Patreon for anybody for any of the patrons that, do want to go and check that out. So it'll be a vibe. It'll be a vibe. So we'll see what's going on there for sure. I think chapter 7 was my favorite. Oh, okay. Let me know what your guys' favorite chapter was for sure. Let me know. I really did enjoy all of the chapters. I also enjoyed chapter 7. Chapter 5 and chapter 7 I really liked. And then chapter 8 was a good one as well. I also enjoyed chapter 6 a bit. 6 and 8 were definitely more of the it's kind of funny. I think the chapters that I enjoyed the most were the ones that accentuated on the lore and the world building of the story rather than, actually moving the story forward, which is kind of funny. But I guess that's kind of the thing that we kind of can go back to even think. We can go back and highlight from what Thatcher said earlier regarding, these early chapters that we're taking part in right now. Like, it's always the early chapters when we're first introduced to the world that makes us kind of fall in love with the world and the book. And I think that Brandon Sanderson does a wonderful job with the writing that he does in this story. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's really good. I think it's really, really good, and I love the fight scenes, everything. I just loved it a lot. I guess we're kind of in our chat talk overall thoughts portion now. So we can rewind that, to that to the answer of that question when we were talking about that. We're now in overall thoughts. How about that? No. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, man. When it comes to the overall thoughts, just to continue, I did enjoy every single one of these chapters, and I think it did weave together beautifully. I was not prepared to be thrown into so much, even more so than we were already thrown in. It's amazing, and it's a little overwhelming is just not the term, but it's more of Brandon Sanderson trusts you as a reader to follow along. And it's kind of, I don't want to say whiplash, I can't think of the word that it is, but it does add a level of like, damn, like I'm not getting my hand held. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of that vibe to where it's not handholdy, it's throwing a lot of information at you, but it's also not overwhelming all at the same time. It's all of those things wrapped into one thing. And I really like that. I thought that was pretty solid. So, I want to know how you guys feel about all that stuff too. I really, really like the entire master apprentice relationship going on between Kelsier and Vin. And Vin is a amazing character, and I love the differences in both of those characters and how you go from Vin's point of view and you see Vin one way and you see Kelsier one way. And then you go to Kelsier's point of view and then it solidifies who she sees from her point of view, but then you also see Vin differently from his point of view. You know what I mean? It just really works together in a beautiful way, which we will highlight later on within the reading. But it was a fantastic way to capitalize on the differences of these characters while bringing them together in that way. It's like, okay, we're introduced to Kelsier first, of course, but we don't really know what's going on. So by the time we get introduced to Vin after the prologue and all that stuff is going on, we're like, hey, this is just what it is. The mentions of other things that we know just continues to grow. And it continues to just meld everything into this grand story. And it just works really well. I love ham and not ham and cheese. That's blood and cheese from House of the Dragon, but this is ham and breeze. That's what it is. It's ham and breeze. It was very similar to blood and cheese, but it's ham and breeze. I like their relationship. I like the dynamic of the entire team. To be completely honest, they work really well together. I like the answers that they accept. I like the answers that they don't. You know, they just work as a team, and it's like, yeah, okay, we don't really need to know more about that. They all have their own specific profession, I guess is a good word to say. They all have that one thing that they're really good at, and it brings even more weight to the team. It brings more of a solidarity to the rest of the team as well. And those are two things that I definitely appreciated even more, and I think really stood out to me is that you can see how good of a team they are, and then they accept Vin as being a part of that team as well, without a lot of pushback, without a lot of, you know, arguing or anything. It's like when a question is asked to her, that is like she's part of it. It's going on. We move on. It's like they look to her just as much as they look to anyone else who starts talking, and that is something that was definitely solid to me, and it definitely stood out. The even the thing that I really loved about this portion of the reading, excuse my pause, but the thing that I really enjoyed about this portion of the reading as well, and this might kind of conclude my overall thoughts, but it answered the questions I had as I was asking them, or I asked a question and then 3 pages later I got the answer to that question. And I'm not ready for that type of progression of just information being led to us, being put out to us, being like, hey, what? Okay, so how the hell do they do this? Well, this is how they do it. Okay, if they can do this with that, then why doesn't that why don't they do anything here? Well, this is why they don't do that. You know what I mean? It's like the questions are being answered actively as we are progressing through the story at the time, or a little bit later after they would be starting to rise up a little bit more, right? As we're learning more about this magic system, we ourselves have questions that the character asks or that Kelsier himself answers before the question gets to be asked by the character, because he's like, yeah, this is how that works. Don't do that, because if you do, that's going to be that. And then he doesn't explain stuff and then just lets her do other things. Like, all of it works so well for us as the reader and for Vin as the character. Just a really solid dynamic. And I can really understand why the master apprentice, or the not dweeb, but I can understand the master and apprentice and the naive or the unknowing, and then the genius. Like, having that combination or having that be added to that, it works very well. I think you guys know what I'm saying, basically, is you have to have a character that is basically quote unquote ignorant to how the world actually works, how the magic system works, well, you don't need to, but that's what this is. It's like, in most things, that's what happens. You either have a character that knows everything about the magic system and they're just always talking about it, or there's a person that doesn't know the magic system that needs it to be explained to you, right? So the way that this is crafted together is, it's like, okay, like, these things are these things here, and they're in a bundle. So unless you want this bundle to be no, not unless. It's really, you can't take this bundle apart because it's wrapped together. This is one thing. If you want this part, you have to also accept this. If you want this, you have to also accept that. And that is a very masterful way to craft your story together. And again, I really appreciate the master and apprentice, or the unknowing and the knowing characters being together, because that is a way that we are easily explained the magic system to us as the person who also doesn't understand this world, right? It's very, we don't want the, well, as you know, we don't really want that as the reader or the viewer, even in movies and shows. We don't want that. We don't want the, well, as you know, if you press against this, then you are able to go that way. Like, no, we don't want, as you know, we want it to be explained to someone who doesn't know, or you know what I mean, some way, some form. And I talked about this last week, the fact that Brando Sando does a really good job of creating a narrative and explaining to us what that narrative is. And it's just, again, it's I don't want to say it's jarring, but it's almost like we're not, it's handholdy, but it's not handholdy at the same time. It's just like, yo, you want to know what's going on? Boom, here you go. But it's not like dropping the books. Literally, what Kelsier does to, wow, well, yeah, what Kelsier does to Vin is what Brandon does to us within the reading right here. Like, it's like, all right, well, follow me. Come on, let's go. Let me tell you about the allomantic metals while we're walking. Here, take this coin. Da 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 da. You okay? Like that one. You know, like we are literally walking through it, but it's not handholdy though. I don't know, man. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. But I say all that to say, reading was absolutely fantastic. I thought the pacing was great. I love the way that there are scenes. I love that we don't have to travel anywhere with characters. I don't know why. And if we do travel there, it's for a narrative reason, right? It's just, it works, man. It works for me. Fight scene was incredible. I mean, holy shit, that was one hell of a fight scene that we had for Kelsier. Like, wow. Wow. And this just wow. I don't know what else to say other than wow. I loved it. We're definitely gonna go more in depth on that in just a moment. All of it was just wonderful, you guys. So those are my overall thoughts on this portion of the reading. Let me know your overall thoughts in the comment section down below before we move on to our chapter by chapter review and discussion. Brando Sando definitely did a great job setting up teaching his magic. Jordan didn't do that well. He had to keep the magic as an enemy to Rand, which you can't have if you understand it. That is a very, wow, that's a good point. That's a very good point. The magic system is almost its own character within the Wheel of Time. It does have its own characteristics. It's like you don't want the and then it leads us as the reader who is rooting for Rand to kind of also not want to know too much about it either. Like subconsciously, it's like, okay, it's like magic bad because it makes Rand go crazy. Therefore, we don't have to tell you a lot about it. But it's not like that, you know. It just feels like, you know, therefore we don't need to know too much about it. But then once we start getting into more stuff with Egwene and Nynaeve and figure out how they use the magic system, then it's like, okay, this works in a way better way because now we're far enough into the story to where Rand is already kind of more accepting his place with the magic, and now we see these other characters also accepting their place with the magic, and then again using that good versus evil to also weave the narrative between these two magic systems for us to want to still know more about that one, but not at the sacrifice of our beloved character. And then at the other side, it's like, okay, but for this character to learn the magic system, it's actually what we want for that character. So it's all really beautifully weaved together. It's kind of freaking amazing. And I just can't wait to get further into those books to see how it was really going down. You know what I'm saying? The pacing of these books is excellent, especially the first half of the book, I think. Okay. And this was the end of part 1 here, and it was a wonderful beginning. Again, it's like Act 1, scene close, like end scene, baby. Like, that was awesome. Like, I'm okay if we go 5 years in the future. Like, nah, I'm talking shit, but still amazing. And the foreshadowing, the drops of information in order to entice us that it wants us to remember that may be happening in the future as well. It's like, okay, well, here are here are the steps, or here's what we're going to do. So make sure you remember these steps because here they are on this whiteboard. You know what I mean? Like, yes. Like, bro, I'm going to write them down immediately. Yo, you know? Let's see. I had meant to write out his entire plan too, but I missed it. I love that Sanderson wants you to understand the magic system. Yes, Sharice, there you go. It's like know what this is. Indulge in it more. You know what I mean? Like just find more. I love it, man. I love it. It just did really good for real. Like it was just fantastic. Yo, what's up with it, Tina? How you doing there? I hope you're having a good evening yourself. Good evening. Just found you live. I actually just finished the Well of Ascension on Sunday. I am enjoying the series. It's cool revisiting the first book with your discussion. Hey, I appreciate you for joining in with us, Tina. I hope you enjoyed this book as well as the second book. I can't wait to be able to finish this book and go into the next one. I just finished part 1. The fact that this book is actually split up into parts, I might actually make a video per part in order to get, like, okay, here's my Mistborn Part 1 review or something like that, because I think it's really solid. It's just put together in a really beautiful way. So, but yeah, Tina, I enjoy, wow, sorry. I'm happy you enjoyed it, and I'm happy that you're here with us to discuss this book. I appreciate you, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hate to leave early, but I need to be up super early tomorrow. I'll try to catch up at work later on. Good night, folks. Hey, Thatcher, I appreciate you. Sleep well and wake, my guy, and have a good day at work tomorrow. Okay? Yeah, man, I definitely meant to write down Kelsier's plan. Like, I wanted to write it out on the board the way that he wrote it out, but I didn't have time. Well, not that I didn't have time, but I just utterly forgot to do it, because I did have time to do it, but I forgot. But thankfully, there are similar nerds like me on Reddit, There are similar nerds like me on Reddit, and they have done the thing that I was going to do. So we'll be looking at that once we get to it also. So with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion for, you already know, Mistborn. All right? I appreciate you guys for chatting right now. Continue to drop your thoughts and all of that stuff in the chat as we continue on with the rest of our review. But before we jump into that review and discussion, y'all already know, go and get you your popcorn, go and get you something to drink, something to munch on, anything that you need to do so we can lock in. All right? I'll see you right after these messages.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
That is right. Make sure you go and get you some of that Dom's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn, where the popcorn is always bomb, and of course, is made by Dom. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as I said, we about to get into it, and the last thing that I meant to say in my overall thoughts is that this portion of the reading solidified that this should be an anime and should never be made into a live action. Listen to me and listen to me closely, Brando Sando. If you're out there and if you ever stumble across this live for whatever reason, if you ever see me, if you're ever here, and if you ever see this video somehow, some way, don't make this live action. Please. They will not do it correctly. It will not be done. If this gets created into something live action, it will be the live action Avatar The Last Airbender. And that is not what anybody will want from this amazing series that I am only finished with the first part 1. I'm only finished with part 1 of book 1. That's it. And I know this cannot be done properly by anybody out there in a live action manner. Please don't do it. Okay? Make it an animation, make it an anime, or make it some type of cartoon. Do not do, like Legend of Vox Machina, do that art style for it. Even Arcane. Just please, for the love of all that is holy, do not make this into a live action series. All right. That's it. That's all I had to say there. That's the end of the video. No, I'm just playing. All right, now let's get into our first chapter of the night, and that would be... Again, it's kind of crazy that there is no talking. Well, not no talking, but no... you know what I'm saying. Like, there's no... It doesn't say chapter 5. It's just 5. Like, that's insane. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to get my stuff out while the ad was rolling. That's my bad. All right. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. What the what? Oh, there we go.
I don't even...
Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
Not as long as he taught her allomancy.
Whoops.
I don't even understand what I'm supposed to do. The Terrace philosophers claim that I'll know my duty when the time comes, but that's a small comfort. The deepness must be destroyed, and apparently I'm the only one who can do so. It ravages the world even now. If I don't stop it soon, there will be nothing left of this land but bones and dust.
All right, so I'm just now realizing...
5.
Okay, I'm just now realizing that I'm pretty sure my theory is correct about these things being journal entries from the Lord Ruler, because I did not know what the deepness was until I think either in this chapter or later on within this portion of the reading. And then it tells us about that. So I think that maybe I might be right about that, but I don't know if it's confirmed yet. But I'm taking that little note right there as just yet another drop in the ocean of my theory being correct, okay? So I might be wrong, but I think I'm right. And I know. Read and find out. Yeah. All right, so let's dive on into it, man. We started off, oh, yeah. I really like I said, chapter 5 and chapter 7 are probably my 2 favorite chapters of the reading for me this time around. I did really enjoy 6 and 8 as well, but 5 and 7, I'm an action guy. I think most of you probably know that. I love me some action. And I know you guys probably remember when we did a book club for Wheel of Time, that one of my complaints a little bit was like, it's dope that he's just saying the sword names and not dwelling on the action, but also, and I wish that we would have got to see the action, you know what I mean? So we could see what's really going on there. But it still makes Rand a badass. It's just I really wish we got to see the action really going down, you know? Like, that was really what I, like, yeah. So it was dope to have basically just an entire chapter of just him whooping ass. I think that's just how we start this chapter. I might be thinking about a later chapter, but I think it's this one. So, yeah, yo, I was all the way for that. So, let's see. Oh. So this was actually really cool. And then here we go. Kelsier, this is something that stood out to me, right? Kelsier, Dox, and Vin, they're all talking. Well, Kelsier and Dox are talking more than Vin, which is another thing that I love about her character, is we're able to basically be in her point of view, and then she really doesn't talk basically the entire time we're in her point of view because she's just watching what everyone else is doing around her. And she is such a meticulous and observant character that it works just really, really well. So, anyway, we circle back, and this is something that stood out to me, right? As they're talking, they're like, they talk about how Breeze isn't gonna back out because he likes a challenge. They'd sooner stop the mists from flowing. Oh, I love in-universe analogies and metaphors. The two men, they were like, yo, are they serious? She says, are they serious about the plan? Or is this still a show for my sake? The two men seemed so competent, yet overthrowing the final empire, they'd sooner stop the mists from flowing or the sun from rising. Like, it, again, just kind of solidifying that the mists flowing is such a natural phenomenon, just like the sun rising. It's just yeah. And then they talk about how Kelsier says he's gonna need some more atium. Doxson says already, and then here we go. Kelsier says, I spent most of it buying Orsul's contract, then used my last bit at Tresting's plantation. So I don't know if that means that he's already burned atium before and he knows what it does, because I thought that him using atium is like it's something that hasn't happened, and that's why he's not sure if it'll kill the Lord Ruler. But maybe also at the same time, it may be him being a part of, not a part, but maybe he's also, like just saying like I've used it. He has to have used it to know that it can be used. That's basically what I'm saying, right? Like, that's basically what I'm saying. He has to have used it in order for him to know that it can be used. But at the same time, I don't know, because I feel like later on in the reading, something is said that kind of, bro, my brain is farting. Contradicts that statement. And then they introduce a name of someone called Vent. I'm not sure who that is. I don't believe we've heard about Vent or anything like that before. But again, I feel like this is something that is foreshadowing to us seeing this character later on, and us maybe not liking the character too much, or them not liking the character, or maybe we're not supposed to trust them. And then Vin, still being confused and super absorbent, she's like, what do they expect of me? Am I to be an apprentice of some sort? I think I already mentioned this last week, but I do appreciate the italics being used for thinking, right? That's something that works completely well, and I really appreciate that fact right there. Josh, I see you in the chat. What's up, my man? I usually try to keep it going with the chat. I try not to read chat until I'm done with these things, because I know you guys sometimes talk about stuff in the future and all that, so I don't want to get distracted. But I will say, yo, what's up with it, man? I appreciate you for joining in with us. I just saw your name. I didn't see what you said. I just found this, and I just finished 5. Oh, well, you're good to, well, you're not good. I was going to say you're good to be here, but you're kind of not, because I am going to talk. I've already talked about stuff that happens in the future, so my bad about that. I hope I didn't spoil anything for you, brother, but I do hope you come back next week for the next portion of the reading. Right now, we're doing 5 through 8. Next week, we will be doing... let me check the Discord. Next week, we will be doing 9 through 15. So next Wednesday, it'll be 9 through 15, if you want to join us for next week's from Reading Wednesday for this book. So I'm going to jump back into my review. Appreciate you for being here. Shout outs to you, and I appreciate everybody in the chat. Let's keep it going. Then, this is something that I really appreciated. Clubs came back. This is something that just blew my mind. I'm not gonna lie, it blew my mind, okay? It blew my mind for a huge reason, and that's because I really did not expect for clubs to come back. I think I also mentioned this last week. Every single thing that I thought would be a major plot point has not been a major plot point. It's been something that we got to answer to fairly quickly. Right? Beautiful. So, again, circling back, Clubs, he comes back. I love that he comes back. Kelsier, and it's like Kelsier smiled, eyes twinkling. He's not surprised, pleased perhaps, but not surprised. And then we get to know Clubs a little bit more, and he basically faked that entire thing. His whole little show was just not real. He was like, is the soother gone? I had to be sure. Never can trust yourself when a soother is around, especially one like him. Lore drop, you're a smoker, Clubs. He couldn't do much to you, he couldn't do much to you, not if you didn't want him to. So, again, we don't really know what a smoker is yet, but they're giving us tidbits, breadcrumbs of information so we can continue to follow it to where we're going to head to in the future chapters, which is creme de la creme, homie. Okay, and then Clubs is like, I don't like soothers. You can trust that you aren't being manipulated when they are around. Copper or no copper. My margin, man's is spitting. I had to be sure. Had to think about things without that breeze around. And I was like, yo, I feel him. I feel that. Like, it's almost like just imagine someone that can compel you, like, in the way that he can. I would never trust anything around that man either. Like, bro, get away from me, breeze. And then, of course, Clubs is like, if you're really serious about toppling the government, I'm down. And and then again, my margin was, I love that Clubs dipped and just came back solo. And then just like that, well, that solves the smoker problem. What? Like, I literally thought that would be such a important thing. Like, I thought we were going to go on a little mission or something to figure out how we were going to get this smoker. But no, our guy just came back and we're all good, right? Overthrowing the final empire, it's got style. I just love that, yo. And then Kelsier's like, I need to fetch some atium. And then we do the scene switch. And then we're now in Kelsier's point of view. And he's talking, not talking to himself, but, he says, even noblemen and thieves were apprehensive about going out at night into the mists. The dark city at night was a place for the desperate and the foolhardy. It was a land swirling with mystery and strange creatures. Strange creatures like me, Kelsier thought. Like, what? What? And this is where, now we start blending the lines between narrator thoughts. Like, it's so... I don't know. I've already made the connection to how I feel like the narrator is somebody, and it's for little reasons like this, right? We have the narrator speaking to us. At night, however, the mists came to blur and obscure. High noble keeps became ghostly, looming silhouettes. Streets seemed to grow more narrow in the fog. Like, that is the narrator talking to us, explaining the things that are going on. The dark city at night was a place for desperate and the foolhardy. It was a land of swirling mystery and strange creatures. Again, that is our narrator talking. And then he's like, strange creatures like me, Kelsier thought. And it's like, okay, so are you do you hear the watcher reading the scene to us? why are you commenting on that? I don't know. Little things like that just stood out to me because it's a weird thing to do, in my opinion. It's just it just throws me off. That is jarring for him to respond to, for the characters to constantly respond to the narrator's words and thing. For characters to respond to the narrating is just, it's throwing me off. Yeah, all of that just threw me off. I just was not ready for it, like, at all. I was like, bro, what? Like, bro, is the narrator talking to Kelsier? Like, or is Kelsier the narrator? Like, what's happening right now? Like, what's going on? You know, like, that shit's throwing me off, man. It is throwing me off.
Lonely. Silent. The mists had replaced her. Poorly. Days passed, back before everything had gone wrong. He had always sought out a rooftop on the evening before a job, wishing to overlook the city. He didn't realize he was observing his old custom this night until he glanced to the side, expecting Mare to be there next to him, as she always had been. Instead, he found only the empty air. Lonely. Silent. The mists had replaced her. Poorly. He sighed and turned. Vin and Doxson stood behind him on the rooftop. Both looked apprehensive to be out in the mists, but they dealt with their fear. One did not get far in the underworld without learning to stomach the mists. Kelsier had learned to do far more than stomach them. He had gone among them so often during the last few years that he was beginning to feel more comfortable at night, within the mist's obscuring embrace, than he did at day. "Kel," Doxson said, "do you have to stand on the ledge like that? Our plans may be a bit crazy, but I'd rather not have them end with you splattered across the cobblestones down there." Kelsier smiled. He still doesn't think of me as a Mistborn, he thought. It will take some getting used to for all of them. Years before, he had become the most infamous crew leader in Luthadel, and he had done it without even being an allomancer. Mare had been a tin-eye, but he and Doxson, they had just been regular men. One a half-breed with no powers, the other a runaway plantation ska. Together, they had bought great houses.
Okay, I think I missed that. I don't think I knew that part. Just to circle back, I guess I was unaware. I thought he was always a misting, and then he became a Mistborn when he got sent to the Atium mines. But I guess instead of that, he's actually he wasn't. He wasn't any of that. But his wife was. His wife was a misting. And then wow. So maybe the Atium unlocked. So maybe the Atium unlocked his powers somehow. But I don't even understand how that would happen. Yeah, okay, that is the big secret then. Is how Kelsier became a Mistborn if he was not already a Misting. Right? Yeah, he wasn't even an Allomancer. Wow.
Houses to their knees, stealing brashly from the most powerful men in the Final Empire. Now Kelsier was more, so much more. Once he had dreamed of allomancy, wishing for a power like Mare's. She had been dead before he'd snapped, coming to his powers. She would never see what he would do with them. Before, the high nobility had feared him. It had taken a trap set by the Lord Ruler himself to capture Kelsier. Now, the Final Empire itself would shake before he was finished with it. He scanned the city once more, breathing in the mists, then hopped down off the ledge and strolled over to join Doxson and Vin. They carried no lights. Ambient starlight, diffused by the mists, was enough to see by in most cases. Kelsier took off his jacket and vest, handing them to Doxson. Then he untucked his shirt, letting the long garment hang loose. The fabric was dark enough that it wouldn't give him away in the night. "All right," Kelsier said. "Who should I try?" Doxson frowned. "You're sure you want to do this?" Kelsier smiled. Doxson sighed. Houses Urbane and Teniert have been hit recently, though not for their atium. Which house is the strongest right now? Kelsier asked, squatting down and undoing the ties on his pack, which rested by Dockson's feet. Who would no one consider hitting?
Mans is trying to make a point. Who would no one consider hitting is wild, bruh. Again, he's trying to do the damn thing. And, double again, this is also happening before we know what the plan is, right? So, it's like, yes, on one side, he is just kind of doing these things to, it's like, oh, we think that, you know, Kelsier does all this stuff at the beginning in the prologue because he's just, you know, he's just had enough of this stuff that's going on. But, you know, like, I mean, yes, while that is true, it's also the fact that he's doing it because of the plan. Like, you know, like, there is an ulterior motive to the things that he's doing. Like, no one is wrong about calling him out on that.
Dockson paused. Venture, he finally said. They've been on top for the last few years. They keep a standing force of several hundred men, and the local house nobility includes a good 24 mistings. Kelsier nodded. Well, that's where I'll go then. They're certain to have some atium. He pulled open the pack, then whipped out a dark gray cloak. Large and enveloping, the cloak wasn't constructed from a single piece of cloth. Rather, it was made up of hundreds of long ribbon-like strips. They were sewn together at the shoulders and across the chest, but mostly they hung separate from one another, like overlapping streamers. Kelsier threw on the garment, its strips of cloth twisting and curling, almost like the mists themselves. Dockson exhaled softly. I've never been so close to someone wearing one of those. What is it? Vin asked, her quiet voice almost haunting in the night mists. A mist cloak, Dockson said. They all wear the things. It's kind of like a sign of membership in their club. It's colored and constructed to hide you in the mist, Kelsier said, and it warns city guards and other Mistborn not to bother you. He spun, letting the cloak flare dramatically. I think it suits me. Dockson rolled his eyes. All right, Kelsier said, bending down and pulling a cloth belt from his pack. House Venture. Is there anything I need to know? Lord Venture supposedly has a safe in his study, Dockson said. That's where he'd probably keep his atium stash.
Yo, W drops of information, W drops of lore, letting us know what's going on and getting us ready for the crazy moments that we're kind of going into. And I think right here, we already were like, bruh, Kelsier's about to do some wild things for sure. Like, it's no doubt in my mind that he's about to get, you know, turned up in here. You know, it's about to go crazy. So, I love the way that they give us the mist cloak and like kind of tell us about it. And the way it kind of, again, having that naive character just works fantastically. And it works even better when you have a character that is like, you know, Vin. Someone who is so intrinsically inquisitive, I believe is the word that I was trying to say. That's why I was getting all jumbled. But, you know, they want to know, she wants to know things. Like, they want to know what's going on. They want to know who's going on. Like, they want to know all of the stuff and all of the things. And then we get the full answer. It just works so well, yo. I can't even begin to explain it. It just works so well. And then from here, we get an amazing drop of just now. We go from lore drops to magic system drops. Just in the blink of an eye. And it works fantastic.
You'll get your chance, kid, he thought. Just not tonight. Well, he said, pulling a coin from his pouch and tossing it off the side of the building. Guess I'll be going. I'll meet you back at Clubs' shop in a bit. Dockson nodded. Kelsier turned and walked back up onto the roof sledge. Then he jumped off the building. Mist curled in the air around him. He burned steel, second of the basic allomantic metals. Translucent blue lines sprang into existence around him, visible only to his eyes. Each one led from the center of his chest out to a nearby source of metal. The lines were all relatively faint, a sign that they pointed to metal sources that were small, door hinges, nails, and other bits. The type of source metal didn't matter. Burning iron or steel would point blue lines at all kinds of metal, assuming they were close enough and large enough to be noticeable.
Beautiful way to let us know.
Kelsier chose the line that pointed directly beneath him, toward his coin. Burning steel, he pushed against the coin. His descent immediately stopped, and he was thrown back up into the air in the opposite direction along the blue line. He reached out to the side, selected a passing window clasp, and pushed against it, angling himself to the side. The careful nudge sent him up and over the lip of the building directly across the street from Vin's lair. Kelsier landed with a lithe step, falling into a crouch and running across the building's peaked roof. He paused in the darkness at the other side, peering through the swirling air. He burned tin and felt it flare to life in his chest, enhancing his senses. Suddenly the mists seemed less deep. It wasn't that the night around him grew any lighter. His ability to perceive simply increased. In the distance to the north, he could just barely make out a large structure. Keep Venture. Kelsier left his tin on. It burned slowly, and he probably didn't need to worry about running out. As he stood, the mists curled slightly around his body. They twisted and spun, running in a slight, barely noticeable current beside him. The mists knew him. They claimed him. They could sense allomancy.
Magnificent.
He jumped, pushing against a metal chimney behind him, sending himself in a wide, horizontal leap. He tossed a coin even as he jumped, the tiny bit of metal flickering through the darkness and fog. He pushed against the coin before it hit the ground, the force of his weight driving it downward in a sharp motion. As soon as it hit the cobblestones, Kelsier's pushing forced him upward, turning the second half of his leap into a graceful arc. Kelsier landed on another peaked wooden rooftop.
Bro.
Steel pushing and iron pulling were the first things that Gemmel had taught him.
This is crazy.
When you push on something, it's like you're throwing your weight against it, the old lunatic had said.
Bruh,
And you
Kramer's
can't
going
change
stupid
how
to
much you
read.
weigh. You're an allomancer, not some northern mystic. Don't pull on something that weighs less than you unless you want it to come flying at you. And don't push on something heavier than you unless you want to get tossed in the other direction. Kelsier scratched his scars, then pulled his mist cloak tight as he crouched on the roof, the wooden grain biting his unshod toes. He often wished that burning tin didn't enhance all of the senses, or at least not all of them at once. He needed the improved eyesight to see in the darkness, and he made good use of the improved hearing as well. However, burning tin made the night seem even more chilly to his overly sensitive skin, and his feet registered every pebble and wooden ripple they touched. Keep itself.
Bruh, fantastic. Fantastic. Are you kidding me? Like, bro, just amazing. Honestly, incredible. The way that we are taught this by not being taught it was beautiful, right? Already, it's like, hey, if you're a super nerd, I wouldn't even just say if you're a super nerd, but if you love magic systems, super nerd. If you're like a magic system nerd, you kind of are understanding what's happening as Kelsier is moving just from the explanation. You can kind of see, oh, okay, he's, da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, what I saw in my head the first time I read it was, he's literally flipping the coin, and then it's like he's stepping on the coin, even if the coin isn't there. Wherever that is, he can blah, 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 and you get these beautiful, it's just a beautiful scene that's just playing out for you. It's just magnificent, man. I just really loved it. And then, of course, it's showing how graceful, like, he's also moving, but he stumbles a little bit. Excuse me. And then you see him kind of go into action. You see him go into action of like jumping and it's like, bro, grabbing this and swing it like, bro. Oh man. And again, this is when I knew this can't be live action. Like what? As soon as he started seeing the strands and all, I was like, bro, this cannot be live action. It needs to be in the same animation style. Like again, like we need like a Legend of Vox Machina or an Arcane or something in the middle of those two things for sure. Because this it would get tore apart if they did this in live action, and we don't need that. This story is way too good to be slept on like that. But man, we go on to see Kelsier continue to fly through. We're getting little drops of what's going on here. He burns 10. He doesn't, he wishes the ability. He sees his abilities increase. He sees this happen and that happen. All of these things start going on. We're like, okay, so we're getting a good contextualization of how, or a brief contextualization of how the magic system works, right? These things are going on. He's burning 10. It made the night seem more chilly to his overly sensitive skin, and his feet registered every pebble and wooden ripple they touched. Like, whoa, like that was fire, right? It's like, man, this is solid. This is definitely solid. I love how Kelsier is dropping a little bit like Spider-Man. Yeah, he... Honestly, I thought the same thing. He's moving like Spider-Man and Miss Marvel. Because if you know how Miss Marvel works now, she can create like these light constructs and then use them to kind of like jump on and step off of. And it's kind of a similar thing, but they're using the piece of metal as a construct to then attach themselves to and do this other thing with. Freaking super dope. If you guys have ever played the new, I think it's Breath of the Wild, Lord of the Rings Breath of the Wild, there are puzzles that are very similar to this, which is like where you do one thing and the thing will push away from you or it'll pull towards you. So it's like, I wonder how much because I know Brandon Sanderson loves video games. So it's like, it's like knowing all these type of things that he loves to do and the way that he kind of absorbs information, you can kind of see how all these little bits are kind of connected to something else. It's like, yo, Magneto is dope, but how about we take that and make it a scientific manner rather than because mutant? You know what I mean? Like, what if we actually, really flesh that out in a way deeper and crazy way? And bruh, like I would have never thought ever to do some shit like this. Like, I don't know how he created this. Man had to be cooking up in the kitchen with literal physicists because my guy, it's kind of wild. Oh, and then I love this notion right here. Something that really stood out to me early on, right? Wait, let me make sure I'm not too far down. No, I'm not. Kelsier burned iron, flaring gets strong, right? These words, immediately, the allomancers are very synonymous in their explanations of how the magic system works with like forges, right? It's like a forge or like a what a blacksmith uses, and that is not accidental. That is a purposeful comparison. Words are escaping my brain like a mug right now, but yeah, it was really awesome to see him use these words that are more used with boom, this, like it's like bro, this is like the words he's using are the same words that blacksmiths use when they're forging metals. So it makes sense because they're burning metals. It's like they are the forge and their stomach is the forge, and then it burns these metals in different way. Like, whoa, the answers, everything. It's hitting quickly and it's hitting right. Pause. That sounded wild. That sounded wild. Whoa. Let me take a step back. All right. Oh, and then we also get more W explanations and answers here. As Kelsier burns the iron, he searches through the night for large sources of metal. Blue lines are faint, which means it's a source that's not as much metal. The thicker and deeper blue that the lines are means that it's a bigger source of metal, letting the Allomancer know how they can, use said metal, or Mistborn, or Misting, whatever. And it also shows them if someone is wearing, well, it doesn't show them that someone's wearing metal, but you can kind of assume that it might be somebody. So Kelsier notices that the blue lines were faint, so it was probably a pair of guards standing on the rooftop. And then we get this amazing drop here. Despite allomantic considerations, most noblemen still armed their soldiers with metal. Mistings who could push or pull metals were uncommon, and full Mistborns were even more uncommon. So many lords thought it impractical to leave a soldier unguarded and defenseless to encounter something that has, such a small segment of the population, is what it says, right? Welcome to the Super Fam, Dami and Josh from earlier. Sorry I didn't see that until just now, Josh. But welcome both y'all to the Super Fam. I appreciate the love. How y'all doing? And then it also says that most high noblemen relied on other means to deal with Allomancers. Lord Venture kept a squad of haze killers. We don't find out what this is yet, but that's the first mention that we get of this. Haze killers. So Kelsier flared his iron, took a deep breath, and pulled on the line. And this was fire here, bro, right? He was yanked into the air. Pulling and pushing against metals usually felt less like flying than it did like falling with style. And Allomancer had to pull hard in order to get the proper momentum, and this sent him hurtling towards his anchor at daunting speeds. This is something that I love, and I feel like is not used a lot. We only see this done with like characters like Mr. Fantastic. We see all characters do stuff like this, really, because of Spider-Man, but I'm specifically talking about the actual act of using something to push and pull yourself towards, but not actually it being a thing, Like, basically, they just have a ton of grappling hooks around them, a bunch of telekinetic grappling hooks that they can use to their different whim, and I love, the magic system is just, man, it's just fantastic. Again, Kelsier becomes a forge burning pewter, using it to enhance his physical strength, much in the same way that tin enhanced his senses. Even his strength muscles protested at the treatment, because he turned himself in the air, hitting the stone wall feet first, almost broke his legs because he's an old-ass man who should not be doing these type of things. He reached out, selecting a source of metal above him, and he pulled on it. The coin hit the ground below and was suddenly able to support his weight. Extinguishing both metals, he let momentum carry him the last few feet, up the dark mists, cloak flapping, and boom, flies away, right? Well, he doesn't fly away. Again, wonderful way to just give us that cinematic feel of how things are happening.
Then, extinguishing both metals, he let momentum carry him the last few feet up through the dark mists. Cloak flapping quietly,
it's about to go down.
He crested the lip of the keep's upper service walkway, flipped himself over the stone railing, and landed quietly on the ledge. A startled guard stood not 3 paces away. Kelsier was upon the man in a second, jumping into the air, pulling slightly on the guard's steel breastplate, and throwing the man off balance. Kelsier whipped out one of his glass daggers, allowing the strength of his iron pull to bring him toward the guard. He landed with both feet against the man's chest, then crouched and sliced with a pewter-enhanced swing. The guard collapsed with a slit throat. Kelsier landed lithely beside him, ears straining in the night, listening for sounds of alarm. There were none. Kelsier left the guard to his gurgling demise. The man was likely a lesser nobleman, the enemy. If he were instead a Ska soldier, enticed into betraying his people in exchange for a few coins, well then Kelsier was even happier to send such men into their eternity. He pushed off the dying man's breastplate, hopping off the stone service walkway and onto the rooftop itself. The bronze roof was chill and slick beneath his feet. He scurried along it, heading toward the southern side of the building, looking for the balcony Dockson had mentioned. he wasn't too worried about being spotted. One purpose of this evening was to steal some atium, the 10th and most powerful of the generally known allomantic metals. His other purpose, however, was to cause a commotion.
And
He
again,
found the
I was like,
balcony
why
with
does he need
ease.
to cause a commotion?
Wide and
Down
broad,
low.
it was probably a sitting balcony, used to entertain small groups.
What's some of the ACM
It was quiet at the
aqua?
moment, however, empty save for 2 guards. Kelsier crouched silently in the night mists above the balcony, furled gray cloak obscuring him, toes curling out over the side of the roof's metallic lip. The 2 guards chatted unwittingly below. "Time to make a bit of noise." Kelsier dropped to the ledge directly between the guards. Burning pewter to strengthen his body, he reached out and fiercely steel-pushed against both men at the same time. Braced as he was at the center, his push threw the guards away in opposite directions. The men cried out in surprise as the sudden force threw them backward, hurling them over the balcony railing into the darkness beyond. The guards screamed as they fell. Kelsier threw open the balcony doors, letting a wall of mist fall inward around him, its tendrils creeping forward to claim the darkened room beyond. "Third room in," Kelsier thought, moving forward in a crouching run. The second room was a quiet, greenhouse-like conservatory. Low beds containing cultivated bushes and small trees ran through the room, and one wall was made up of enormous floor-to-ceiling windows to provide sunlight for the plants. Though it was dark, Kelsier knew that the plants would all be of slightly different colors than the typical brown. Some would be white, others ruddy, and perhaps even a few light yellow. Plants that weren't brown were a rarity, cultivated and kept by the nobility. Kelsier moved quickly through the conservatory. He paused at the next doorway, noting its lighted outline. He extinguished his tin, lest his enhanced eyes be blinded when he entered the lit room, and threw open the door.
Again, beautiful way to let us know what the hell is going on, man. And I just love that the explanations are just so akin to how Forges works. You have to, just extinguishing the fire, flaring the fire, making sure that things don't burn too hot. All of these things, it just works so freaking well together, bro. It works so well together. I love it. I just freaking love it. This is where we find out that there's a large safe in the corner of the room, but it was way too obvious, and then he finds another strong source of metal that shines from the inside of the eastern wall. And I was like, bro, this is so badass, because it is such a amazing thing to be able to use. And it's like, there are a lot of questions of like, yo, why would they just be doing all these things if there's people that can just control these metals? But it's like, there really aren't people that can just control these metals. There's not a lot of them. You know, there's a lot of, there's allomancers, but they can't do all of the metals, you know? And it seems like some of the metal powers or the metal abilities are more rare than others, which is also pretty fire. I love that. And it's just, bro, just a really good way to show off what does and what does not work. You know, like that's basically it. Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, because right here, because he was like, yo, okay, the safe is small, you know, he can get it. So, and then he jumps up, iron pulling against the safe, and landed with his feet against the wall, 1 foot on the other side of the open panel. He continued to try to pull, holding himself in place, and flared his pewter. Strength flooded his legs, and he flared his steel as well, pulling against the safe. He strained, grunting slightly at the exertion. It was a test to see which would give out first, the safe or his legs. Again, giving us a good understanding of how much is going on, how much it actually takes out for their physical exertion, and not just, you know, it's not just like, hey, they can do this stuff because magic. It's like, nah, bro. Him having to do these things is him, what's it called? Expanding and words are just not my stronghold today. Um, exerting. He's exerting energy regardless. Good lord.
With his feet against the wall, 1 foot on either side of the open panel. He continued to pull, holding himself in place, and flared his pewter. Strength flooded his legs, and he flared steel as well, pulling against the safe. He strained, grunting slightly at the exertion. It was a test to see which would give out first, the safe or his legs. The safe shifted in its mountings. Kelsier pulled harder, muscles protesting. For an extended moment, nothing happened. Then the safe shook and ripped free of the wall. Kelsier fell backward, burning steel and pushing against the safe to get out of the way. He landed maladroitly, sweat dripping from his brow as the safe crashed to the wooden floor, throwing up splinters. A pair of startled guards burst into the room. "About time," Kelsier noted, raising a hand and pulling on one of the soldiers' swords. It whipped out of its sheath, spinning in the air and streaking toward Kelsier point first. He extinguished his iron, stepping to the side and catching the sword by its hilt as momentum carried it past. "Mistborn!" the guard screamed. Kelsier smiled and jumped forward. The guard pulled out a dagger. Kelsier pushed it, tearing the weapon out of the man's hand, then swung, shearing the guard's head from his body. The second guard cursed, tugging free the release tie on his breastplate. Kelsier pushed on his own sword, even as he completed his swing. The sword ripped from his fingers and hissed directly toward the second guard. The man's armor dropped free, preventing Kelsier from pushing against it, just as the first guard's corpse fell to the ground. A moment later, Kelsier's sword planted itself in the second guard's now unarmored chest. The man stumbled quietly, then collapsed. Kelsier turned from the bodies, cloak rustling. His anger was quiet, not as fierce as it had been the night he'd killed Lord Tresting. But he felt it still, felt it in the itching of his scars and in the remembered screams of the woman he loved. As far as Kelsier was concerned, any man who upheld the final empire also forfeited his right to live. He flared his pewter, strengthening his body, then squatted down and lifted the safe. He teetered for a second beneath its weight, then got his balance and began to shuffle back toward the balcony. Perhaps the safe held atium, perhaps it didn't. However, he didn't have time to search out other options. He was halfway through the conservatory when he heard footsteps from behind. He turned to see the study flooding with figures. There were 8 of them, each one wearing a loose gray robe and carrying a dueling cane and a shield instead of a sword.
Wonderful way to let us know that they're also
Haze
Misters
killers.
and Mistborns.
Kelsier let the safe drop to the ground.
Or Allomancers, I should
Haze
say.
killers weren't Allomancers, but they were trained to fight Mistings and Mistborn.
No.
There wouldn't be a single bit of
it's not
metal
the
on their
gray
bodies,
cloak,
and they would be
were
ready
gray
for his
robes.
tricks.
Wonderful way to tell us
Kelsier
that they're
stepped back,
similar, but
stretching and
different.
smiling.
That's what I meant to say, my
The
bad.
8 men
What I
fanned
said, I
into the
meant about
study,
the other
moving
ones
with
that come in
quiet
later.
precision. This should be interesting. The Haze killers attacked, dashing by twos into the conservatory. Kelsier pulled out his daggers, ducking beneath the first attack and slicing at a man's chest.
That would not work.
The Haze killer jumped back, however, and forced Kelsier
live
away with a
action,
swing of
just
his
saying.
cane. Kelsier flared his pewter, letting strengthened legs carry him back in a powerful jump. With one hand, he whipped out a handful of coins and pushed them against his opponents. The metal discs shot forward, zipping through the air, but his enemies were ready for this. They raised their shields, and the coins bounced off the wood, throwing up splinters but leaving the men unharmed. Kelsier eyed the other Haze killers as they filled the room, advancing on him. They couldn't hope to fight him in an extended battle. Their tactic would be to rush him at once, hoping for a quick end to the fight, or to at least stall him until Allomancers could be awakened and brought to the fight. He glanced at the safe as he landed. He couldn't leave without it. He needed to end the fight quickly as well. Flaring pewter, he jumped forward, trying an experimental dagger swipe, but he couldn't get inside his opponent's defenses. Kelsier barely ducked away in time to avoid getting cracked on the head by the end of a cane.
Bruh.
3 of the Haze killers dashed behind him, cutting off his retreat into the balcony room. Great, Kelsier thought, trying to keep an eye on all 8 men at once. They advanced on him with careful precision, working as a team. Gritting his teeth, Kelsier flared his pewter again.
Let's go.
It was running low, he noticed. Pewter was the fastest burning of the basic 8 metals.
Up.
No time to worry about that now.
Like
The men behind him attacked, and Kelsier jumped out of the way, pulling on the safe to tug himself toward the center of the room. He pushed as soon as he hit the ground near the safe, launching himself into the air at an angle. He tucked, flipping over the heads of 2 attackers, and landed on the ground beside a well-cultivated tree bed. He spun, flaring his pewter and raising his arm in defense against the swing he knew would come. The dueling cane connected with his arm. A burst of pain ran down his forearm, but his pewter-enhanced bone held. Kelsier kept moving, driving his other hand forward and slamming a dagger into his opponent's chest. The man stumbled back in surprise, the motion ripping away Kelsier's dagger. A second haze killer attacked, but Kelsier ducked, then reached down with his free hand, ripping his coin pouch off of his belt. The haze killer prepared to block Kelsier's remaining dagger, but Kelsier raised his other hand instead, slamming the coin pouch into the man's shield. Then he pushed on the coins inside. The haze killer cried out, the force of the intense steel push throwing him backward. Kelsier flared his steel, pushing so hard that he tossed himself backward as well, away from the pair of men who had tried to attack him. Kelsier and his enemy flew away from each other, hurled in opposite directions. Kelsier collided with the far wall, but kept pushing, smashing his opponent, pouch, shield, and all, against one of the massive conservatory windows. Glass shattered, sparkles of lantern light from the study playing across its shards. The haze killer's desperate face disappeared into the darkness beyond, and mist, quiet yet ominous, began to creep in through the shattered window. The other 6 men advanced relentlessly, and Kelsier was forced to ignore the pain in his arm as he ducked 2 swings. He spun out of the way, brushing past a small tree, but a third haze killer attacked, smashing his cane into Kelsier's side. The attack threw Kelsier into the tree bed. He tripped, then collapsed near the entrance to the lit study, dropping his dagger. He gasped in pain, rolling to his knees and holding his side. The blow would have broken another man's ribs. Even Kelsier would have a massive bruise. The 6 men moved forward, spreading to surround him again. Kelsier stumbled to his feet, vision growing dizzy from pain and exertion. He gritted his teeth, reaching down and pulling out one of his remaining vials of metal. He downed its contents in a single gulp, replenishing his pewter, then burned tin. The light nearly blinded him, and the pain in his arm and side suddenly seemed more acute, but the burst of enhanced senses cleared his head. The 6 haze killers advanced in a sudden coordinated attack. Kelsier whipped his hand to the side, burning iron and searching for metal. The closest source was a thick, silvery paperweight on a desk just inside the study. Kelsier flipped it into his hand, then turned, arm held toward the advancing men, falling into an offensive stance. "All right," he growled. Kelsier burned steel with a flash of strength. The rectangular ingot ripped from his hand, streaking through the air. The foremost haze killer raised his shield, but he moved too slowly. The ingot hit the man's shoulder with a crunch, and he dropped, crying out. Kelsier spun to the side, ducking a staff swing and putting a haze killer between himself and the fallen man. He burned iron, pulling the ingot back toward him. It whipped through the air, cracking the second haze killer in the side of the head. The man collapsed as the ingot flipped into the air. One of the remaining men cursed, rushing forward to attack. Kelsier pushed the still airborne ingot, flipping it away from him, and away from the attacking haze killer, who had his shield raised. Kelsier heard the ingot hit the ground behind him, and he reached up, burning pewter, and caught the haze killer's cane mid-swing. The haze killer grunted, struggling against Kelsier's enhanced strength. Kelsier didn't bother trying to pull the weapon free. Instead, he pulled sharply on the ingot behind him, bringing it toward his own back at a deadly speed. He twisted at the last moment, using his momentum to spin the haze killer around, right into the ingot's path. The man dropped. Kelsier flared pewter, steadying himself against attacks. Sure enough, the cane smashed against his shoulders.
It's going down.
He stumbled to his knees as the wood cracked, but flared tin kept him conscious. Pain and lucidity flashed through his mind. He pulled on the ingot, ripping it out of the dying man's back, and stepped to the side, letting the impromptu weapon shoot past him. The 2 haze killers nearest him crouched warily. The ingot snapped into one of the men's shields, but Kelsier didn't continue pushing, lest he throw himself off balance. Instead, he burned iron, wrenching the ingot back toward himself. He ducked, extinguishing iron, and feeling the ingot whoosh through the air above him. There was a crack as it collided with the man who had been sneaking up on him. Kelsier spun, burning iron, then steel, to send the ingot soaring toward the final two men. They stepped out of the way, but Kelsier tugged on the ingot, dropping it to the ground directly in front of them. The men regarded it warily, distracted as Kelsier ran and jumped, steel pushing himself against the ingot and flipping over the men's heads. The haze killers cursed, spinning. As Kelsier landed, he pulled the ingot again, bringing it up to smash into a man's skull from behind. The haze killer fell silently. The ingot flipped a few times in the darkness, and Kelsier snatched it from the air, its cool surface slick with blood.
With this
Mist
shit.
from the shattered window flowed by his feet, curling up around his legs. He brought his hand down, pointing it directly at the last remaining haze killer. Somewhere in the room, a fallen man groaned. The remaining haze killer stepped back, then dropped his weapon and dashed away. Kelsier smiled, lowering his hand. Suddenly the ingot was pushed from his fingers. It shot across the room, smashing through another window. Kelsier cursed, spinning to see another, larger group of men pouring into the study. They wore the clothing of noblemen, allomancers. Several of them raised hands, and a flurry of coins shot toward Kelsier. He flared steel, pushing the coins out of the way. Windows shattered and wood splintered as the room was sprayed with coins. Kelsier felt a tug on his belt as his final vial of metal was ripped away, pulled toward the other room. Several burly men ran forward in a crouch, staying beneath the shooting coins. Thugs. Mistings who, like Ham, could burn pewter.
Bro, turned up, and then he jumps out the window, takes the safe, throws it out the window too, and boom, boom, like, bruh, oh my God, like, yo, one of what I think that's the first fight scene that we get in the book so far. Like an actual fight scene, because we don't get to see any of the other stuff that was going on. But this was a fantastic way for us to get introduced to what this magic system can really do in the hands of a Mistborn. Like, damn, even someone that can just do one of these things would be dangerous. So someone that can do all of them is a menace, and he is doing the damn thing. He's just going up against people that can burn pewter. Well, not just people that can burn pewter, but you know, it's like, damn, bro, there's so much going on in a quick, fast succession, and it just is so awesome, bro. I just had a lovely time with all of the things that were going on right here. Just boom, 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 and then he reached for the safe, twisted in the air, and pushed against it, throwing himself upward. The safe crashed into the cobblestone just below. Kelsier pushed against the safe lightly, slowing himself until he eventually jerked to a halt in the air, just a few feet above the ground. He hung in the mist for a moment, ribbons from his cloak curling and flapping in the wind, and then let himself drop to the ground beside the safe. Like, bro, let's go. That is crazy. That's crazy. That is insane. That is so turned up. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, that is like bro is a menace for sure. But bro got style like a mug, and he know it, brother. He know it, cause that is some raw shit to do right there. and he went and picked one of the strongest houses, basically, so he could test himself to see how strong he was as well. Like, bruh, bro is a menace to society, brother. Like, a straight menace. And then he just lands, he loots the safe, takes what he needs, and then he sees that there was a mangled, like, one of the haze killers that was following him was dead on the ground, and he just walks up to him, loots his body, and then he just, boop, dashes off into the night. Like, bro, what? Yo. Hey, you got that, Ackham? Yup. Oh, yo, W chapter, man. W chapter. I love this so much, brother. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I love this so much. Like, that was fire. So fire. And like you said, Cerise, Mistborn is just so anime coded. It's just so fire. Like, damn, a Korean studio to animate it would be pretty fire. I'm not gonna lie. Just found this and I just finished 5. Yo, what's up with Josh? If you subscribe, Josh, which I think you did, I'll be posting the schedule tomorrow or sometime this week. We didn't know what chapters were going on. Now that we have them and stuff, though, and everything is solidified, and we're finished with the part 1. I'll go and put out all the other, basically the schedule for everything, and then I'll also make separate graphics for each part. Like, here's part 1, what's split up into, and then here's part 2, and then all that good stuff. I don't think I noticed that. Let me remember what I said. Oh, I think that was in response to me talking about the Watcher as the narrator and how Kelsier is like actively responding to the things that are being said. Like it happens multiple times. I think Vin does it too. I think like the narrator will say something and then Vin thinks something that the narrator has just told us or something. It just happens in a very weird way, and I don't know what to do with that. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do about that. Rereads are amazing. You always pick up something you missed. Yeah, for sure. Because I don't know why I was under the impression that Kelsier was a not a Mistborn, but at least a Misting. I don't know what made me think that before, but maybe I just misunderstood what they were saying when they said that he didn't have powers. Like I guess I had interpreted it as them saying he couldn't do all of the things, he could just do one of the things. But now everything makes a lot more sense, but it also is even more confusing, you know what I mean? And no wonder why this dude became a living legend. I think somebody said it in chat last week. He is the embodiment of the man, the myth, the legend. Like, for real. And it was fire how he basically is traveling like Spider-Man. I love that. And to somebody that doesn't know what's going on, he would definitely just be like someone would be flying if they saw them just like they're just moving and they're basically just doing air parkour, you know? Like, that's fire, and I need that. It kind of reminds me of the way that Invincible moves in his show, right? Like, Invincible doesn't just fly like the way that Superman just flies. He, like, flies the way that Spider-Man swings. He does his, like, parkour. He creates, like, he doesn't actually create a physical construct, but the way that flying works is he can move omnidirectionally as if there is a physical construct that he can bounce off of. So he can like crouch in the air and extend his legs, and it actually sends him forward because, you know, that's just how his flying works. And he can just like, that is hard. And then that's kind of what they're doing as well, just in a different manner. It's not necessarily omnidirectional. It's more object directional, I guess, which is where the thing is where they gon' go, and that's lit. It's very similar to how it is in video games. I know I keep bringing up video games, but sometimes they'll have like a grappling hook thing, and you can only do it to the ledge that you see over there, right? It's like, oh, aim for the ledge, and da-da-da, or everything that glows like this, you can do it, and then you end up being able to do like parkour through a level because of these different grappling hook things that they have set up. It's like taking that idea and expanding it beyond comprehension almost, or expanding it to the depths of comprehension. Yes, I stand by that. It's good you understand that the magic system is practically its own science. Yeah, it is its own science, and it works very well. It even goes into a little bit more depth in the next chapter, which I really appreciate. Brandon Sanderson wants you to understand these basics so he can drop quantum physics on you eventually. It's like, hey, look, we're gonna throw all this stuff at you because if you can't understand this, then you ain't gonna understand nothing. Yo, I always wondered if someone skilled or powerful enough with iron pulling could do a Magneto and rip the iron out of someone's blood. I don't think that's possible, Akam, because of what we get explained later on. You know what I mean? Well, you guys know more about the book than I do, but we are told in one of these chapters that you cannot do stuff like that because it's in their body organically, and you can't take the iron out of organic material basically, or else allomancers would be pulling the metals from other people's stomachs. I think that's what they say literally, but I don't know. I don't know if that is something that gets extinguished in the future within another book, but that is something that we learn within these chapters is like, no, like, or else like people can't take an earring out of you because it's in your flesh basically, like anything that is attached to humans in any way that it makes it semi a part of them, they are not able to push and or pull that substance. So the iron in blood would not be able to be pushed or pulled either for that reason. And unless, again, that's something that gets changed in the future. But currently, that can't happen. Kelsier is an absolute menace to society in every sense of the word. I couldn't agree more. Akam, I have some cosmere level theories about that because I think it'd have to go to do with being crazy invested. I have some I have cosmere level theories about that because I think it'd have to do with being crazy invested. I'm not sure. We'll see. Being highly invested does lead to some crazy stuff. Man, I feel like you guys are talking in code a little bit, so that's why I'm not going to read into it too much. Why even scream Mistborn? I would probably pretend I didn't see him and get out of Dodge. Yeah, that's hilarious. Like, he's like, oh, shit, it's a Mistborn. I mean, he shouted it so everybody else knew. Because it's like, yo, are we running, y'all? Because he's a Mistborn. Like, what are we doing? But since he saw everybody was going to stand and fight, he had to stay and fight, too. They all fought to the death, though. It's honorable. Kelsier is so lucky he rolled stupid high stats on charisma because some people don't even realize that he's a terrorist. Oh, bro is unequivocally a terrorist. Like, he is he is literally a terrorist, He does terrorist acts with a smile, actually. And, like, he's happy to do them, Like, he does it unapologetically. And the conversation with his brother is where we know for sure. We'll get there. But yeah, that is, I know that was a longer review of the chapter, but I mean, that was the first time we had an action sequence happen, and that was the first time we got to really see the magic system being used in such a depth. So I had to kind of, I really wanted to focus in on all of that amazing stuff because I really did like that first chapter. And again, I've been waiting for an action scene, so to see one happen so fantastically, we definitely had to zoom in on that one a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie, it was freaking amazing. Oh man, I just love it so much. Like, sheesh. All right, now let's move on to chapter 6.
He gripped his pouch in one hand and the bag of atium in the other. He kept his pewter burning. Without the strength that lent his body, he'd probably collapse from the pain of his wounds, and dashed off into the night, heading toward Clubs' shop.
All right, here we go. Let's get into chapter 6.
I never wanted this, true, but somebody has to stop the deepness. And apparently, Terrace is the only place this can be done. On this fact, however, I don't have to take the word of the philosophers. I can feel our goal now, can sense it, though the others cannot. It pulses in my mind, far off in the mountains. 6.
Okay, chapter 6. We go back to Vin. You know what I'm saying? Vin is chilling. This is where I loved this chapter too. Can't lie, because we get a POV and we get to see how uncomfortable Vin is with being comfortable. And that's something that really stood out to me in a major way. Like, it was just a major... I really appreciated that. Can't lie. It was like, yeah, I could see why you would be uncomfortable with being comfortable, especially with the way that she was brought up. And that is something that is a reoccurring theme within her character for the duration of at least this part. For the rest of the part, for the rest of part one, Vin's attitude and her adjustment to the world also is that, you know what I mean? Like, uncomfortable with being comfortable, uncomfortable with people actually wanting to hear what she has to say, treating her like a person. You know what I mean? Like, that's what all of it was. So much so that, you know, she almost gets drunk with it, and it's like, yo, yeah, I like getting treated like a person, you know? But she also sees that happening very early on. So it just was really, it was really nice to see. It was nice to see because it's like she's a character. That's what was nice to see. Not necessarily nice to see her being being uncomfortable in the comfortableness, but it was dope to see it actually matter to her character, how, like, people were treating her, and how and it's like being like, yo, what the hell? Nah, bro, this is not, I can't trust any of them. And again, talking about those similarities between her and Rand a little bit, with, like, in the back of Rand's mind, it was always, you know, my father. But with her, it's always like my brother. You know what I mean? Like, these different things that they've said or things that have happened kind of just constantly haunting them in a good way and in a bad way. So I just kind of, I just really appreciate that. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate Vin's character. Vin's character is, it's just dope. It's just dope for real. Let's see. Oh, and then we get, like, this random mention of Experience told her that it wouldn't be a proper lair if it didn't have at least a secret basement and some bolt holes. So I'm like, yo, are there, like, is I guess in a world where thieving is so predominant, there would be a lot of booby traps as well. So you know, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so that was crazy. That was wild to me. And then we get to see all of the carpenters and all the things going on there. Club's front is he was a ska craftsman. Everyone was a ska there. Everyone's still a ska. It says most ska lives of drudgery on the plantations. Even those who lived in a city who were still generally forced to do menial labor. Lord. However, some talented few were allowed a trade. They were still ska, paid poorly, subject to the whims of nobility. However, they had a measure of freedom that most ska would envy. He is a misting, Vin thought. Kelsier and Doxson called him a smoker. So we're getting, you know, she's very curious. We see her, like, going through Club's shop, watching everyone, trying to figure out what's going on, see what everybody knew about. Doxson lets Vin know that there's a fresh bath, and she's like, what? You know what I mean? After she takes the bath, the first thing that we see is, like, she's like, yo, I smell funny. Even like, she's like, yo, no, this isn't it. Like, I might have a new life, low key, but I'm not about to smell like this. I think she even goes to make the note of, let's see. Oh, when she goes to the kitchen doorway watching the women work, she notices that none of them smelled like she did either. But they were still far more clean and well groomed than the average ska, which is something that you'll notice. It's almost like I don't want to say a red herring, but it's almost like, hey, this person is not a bad person, but they are, like, this person is trying to be as much of a team player as they can be. You know what I mean? Like, they still got to have their ska because they got to uphold appearances and all that stuff, but they gonna treat him good. And it's like, you see him being treated well, then you know something good is going on. Oh, and she also she makes a note on how clean everything is. Like, everything, I just love it, yo. And then she talks about how by her brother's command. Wait, my bad. Let me my iPad's about to die. Let's plug that up real quick. Got all my stuff here. But she talks about how by her brother's command, it says she was looking at the other women and then saw how their hair was and like the dresses that they wore, and Vin kept her hair short like a boy's. Her current ragged cut had been given by one of the other crew members. She wasn't like these women. She never had been. By Reen's command, Vin had lived so that other crew members would think of her as a thief first and a girl second. But what am I now, she thought to herself, perfumed by her bath, yet wearing the tan trousers and buttoning shirt of an apprentice craftsman. It felt awkward, and she undoubtedly looked awkward too. Like, I love how she's doing all this self-reflecting of her, like in such a short time, she's reflecting everything about, like, she's like, okay, wait a minute. I don't have to be treated like trash? You know? It's like, wait a minute. Like, I don't have to be trash. Wow, wait, people treat, I don't have to be treated without dignity? Like, I can be respected? I can be appreciated for who I am as a woman? Like she's all, like, all of these things are just rushing towards her, flooding her mind, while she's also getting all of this information flooding her mind. It's like, whoa. Like, whoa. And I think she's 16, right? So it's like, this is a very pivotal point in any teenager's life. 16 is a very pivotal moment. You feel like you're an adult, but you're not yet an adult. You're still figuring out things that are going on, depending on how, how fast you moved romantically in your younger ages. You know what I'm saying? It's a crazy time in the life. It's a crazy time in life. So for so much stuff to be going on for her, it's like, damn. And we are able to see it, right? She's questioning these things that she's seeing going on in front of her. She's like, yo, what does this mean? She sees the other women that are actually, again, it seems like she's only really been around dudes, and and not even just regular dudes. She's been around basically pirates her entire life. So she's haunted. She's haunted by that shit, low-key, but she doesn't really know it. And then that's another thing that we don't really get to know until we see her POV more from Kelsier's POV. We see her character from Kelsier's POV. Excuse me, that's what I meant to say. And then even when Ham comes in, and then she immediately what does it say? The back kitchen door suddenly slammed open. Vin slipped reflexively to the side, putting her back to a wall and peeking around into the kitchen. Ham stood in the kitchen doorway, framed by sunlight. He's like, yo, like, you don't. He's like, morning, Vin. You don't have to hide from me. We're on the same team. Like, I love Ham. I'm not gonna lie. Ham is... I love Ham is a crazy sentence. But, Ham is dope. Ham is dope. Ham is dope, though. You know what I mean? And I like that he's not all... Wait. It's like he's the big, dumb character, but he's not dumb. You know what I mean? He is a very intelligent person with his area of expertise. Like that, like he knows his shit. Like once we start planning, he starts spitting. Like he's like, okay, well, You know, he's like going in. When it's his moment to speak, it's dope. But he also is kind of like, hello, Vin. You know what I mean? You don't have to hide from me. Like a smart grog, if you would. That's what I kind of see with Ham. It's like a smart grog. Or a smarter grog. Because even grog has his moments of being smart. Let's see. Oh. And then, okay, I missed it. I missed it. Because she sees that he takes the, what are they called? Like bay wraps or something? Oh, yeah. Anyone know where Kel is? And she's like, sleeping. He came in last night and hasn't gotten up. And then Ham's like, and he's like, Docs? And she's like, in his room on the 3rd floor. He got up early, came down to get something to eat, and went back upstairs. You always keep track of everyone like that? Yes. You're an odd kid, Vin. And then he just leaves. And that is pretty odd. like he's like, you're an odd kid, Vin. You know what I mean? And she is, but warranted. And then she's like, the scent of the steamed barley enticed her. Vin eyed the kitchen. Ham had gone in and taken food. Was she allowed to do the same? Trying to look confident, Vin strode into the kitchen. A pile of bay wraps set on a platter, probably to be delivered to the apprentices as they worked. Vin picked up 2 of them. None of the women objected. A few of them even nodded respectfully towards her. I'm an important person now, she thought with a measure of discomfort. She took a 3rd bay wrap and fled to her room. I love it, yo. I love that she's like, bruh, I don't know. Nope. You know what I mean? I love that. I really love that. She is not trying to get in trouble in any way, shape, or form.
Though his height might have made him look older than he was. He seemed nervous for some reason. Yes? Vin asked. Vin frowned. What? You... Finally, she decided to do so, carefully making her way up the steps. Voices were coming from an open door at the end of the hallway. Vin approached and peeked around the corner to find a well-decorated room, set with a fine rug and comfortable-looking chairs. A hearth burned at the side of the room, and the chairs were arranged to point toward a large charcoal writing board set atop an easel. Kelsier stood, leaning one elbow resting against the brick hearth, a cup of wine in his hand. Angling herself slightly, Vin could see that he was talking to Breeze. The soother had arrived well into midday and had appropriated half of Clubs's apprentices to unload his possessions. Vin had watched from her window as the apprentices had carried the luggage, disguised as boxes of lumber scraps, up to Breeze's room. Breeze himself hadn't bothered to help. Ham was there, as was Doxson, and Clubs was settling himself into the large overstuffed chair farthest from Breeze. Vin, standing by the doorway, and gave her one of his inviting smiles. Kelsier smiled, winked, but ignored the question. "All right, let's talk. We've got something of a task ahead of ourselves, and the sooner we begin outlining a plan, the better." "I thought you had a plan," Eden said uncomfortably. "I have a framework," Kelsier said. "I know what needs to happen, and I have a few ideas on how to do it. But you don't gather a group like this and just tell them what to do. We need to work this out together, beginning with a list of problems we need to deal with if we want the plan to work." "Well," Ham said, "let me get the framework straight first. The plan is to gather Eden an army, cause chaos in Luthadel, secure the palace, steal the Lord Ruler's Atium, then leave the government to collapse?" "Essentially," Kelsier said. "Then," Ham said, "our main problem is the garrison. If we want chaos in Luthadel, then we can't have 20,000 troops here to keep the peace.
I love
Not to mention the fact that Eden's troops will never take the city while there is any sort of armed
resistance.
resistance on the walls." Kelsier nodded. Picking up a piece of chalk, he wrote Luthadel Garrison up on the board. What else? We'll need a way to make said chaos in Luthadel, Breeze said, gesturing with a cup of wine. Your instincts are right, my dear man. This city is where the Ministry makes its headquarters and the great houses run their mercantile empires. We'll need to bring Luthadel down if we want to break the Lord Ruler's ability to govern. Mentioning the nobility brings up another point, Doxson added. The great houses all have guard forces in the city, not to mention their allomancers. If we're going to deliver the city to Eden, we'll have to deal with those noblemen. Kelsier nodded, writing chaos and great houses beside Luthadel Garrison on his board. The Ministry, Clubb said, leaning back in his plush chair so much that Vin almost couldn't see his grumpy face. There'll be no change in government as long as the Steel Inquisitors have anything to say about it. Kelsier added Ministry to the board.
Let's go. I
What
just
else?
love how this is working
Atium,
right now.
Ham said. You might as well write it up there. We'll need to secure the palace quickly, once General Mayhem starts, and make certain nobody else takes the opportunity to slip into the treasury. Kelsier nodded, writing Atium, secure treasury, on the board.
We're turning up right now.
We will need to find a way to gather Yeden's troops, Breeze added. We have to be quiet, but quick, and train them somewhere that the Lord Ruler won't find them. We also might want to make certain that the Ska Rebellion is ready to take control of Luthadel, Doxson added. Seizing the palace and digging in will make for a spectacular story, but it would be nice if Yeden and his people were actually ready to govern once this is all over. Troops and Ska Rebellion were added to the board. And, Kelsier said, I'm going to add Lord Ruler. We'll at least want a plan to get him out of the city, should other options fail. After writing Lord Ruler on the list, he turned back toward the group. Did I forget anything? Well, Yeden said dryly, if you're listing problems we'll have to overcome, you should write up there that we're all bloody insane. Though I doubt we can fix that fact. The group chuckled, and Kelsier wrote Yeden's bad attitude on the board. Then he stepped back, looking over the list.
Yo,
When you break it down like that, it doesn't look so bad, does it? Vin frowned, trying to decide if Kelsier was attempting a joke or not. The list wasn't just daunting, it was disturbing. 20,000 Imperial soldiers, the collected forces and power of the high nobility, the Ministry. One Steel Inquisitor was said to be more powerful than 1,000 troops. More discomforting, however, was how matter-of-factly they regarded the issues. How could they even think of resisting the Lord Ruler? He was the Lord. He ruled all of the world. He was the creator, protector, and punisher of mankind. He had saved them from the deepness, then had brought the ash and the mists as a punishment for the people's lack of faith. Vin wasn't particularly religious. Intelligent thieves knew how to avoid the Steel Ministry, but even she knew the legends. And yet, the group regarded their list of problems with determination. There was a grim mirth about them, as if they understood that they had a better chance of making the sun rise at night than they did of overthrowing the final empire. Yet they were still going to try. By the Lord Ruler, Vin whispered. You're serious. You really mean to do this? Don't use his name as an oath, Vin, Kelsier said. Even blasphemy honors him. When you curse by that creature's name, you acknowledge him as your god. Vin fell silent, sitting back in her chair, a bit numb.
Man, Kelsier's spitting, man. Kelsier is a menace to society, but I'm ready to follow him. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I love that I want to be... Oh, no, I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. I love that I want to, follow him. That's how he makes you feel, low-key. He's like, bro, yeah, actually, don't use his name as an oath. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that shit makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, that makes sense. Nah, yeah, don't say his name at all. By the Lord Ruler. Don't use his name as an oath. Even blasphemy honors him. What? Bruh. Cooking. I'm sorry. That is beautiful. That is beautiful, yo. That is beautiful. But after a lot of deliberation and discussion, they come up with what I think it. What's going on? What happened? I don't know what's going on. 1 second. Okay, what's happening? It's like you can't see. There we go. I'm like, bro, what's... I don't know what was making that dark like that. That was crazy. But anyway, after a lot of deliberation, damn, they came up with their plan, yo. And I just love the way that they come up with this plan, right? They're like, yo, what if we turn the gray houses against each other? Like, it's just like they're moving, they're coming up with these ideas, but they're all low key batshit crazy ideas, you know? Like they're like low key crazy ideas, but they're not completely crazy, right? Um, so it's like, what can we do that would be so threatening that it would throw the nobility into chaos? Maybe even get the palace guard into the city, exposing them to our troops. Like these are beautiful questions that are asked. And so these crazy questions that are being asked are forcing you to come up with crazy out of the world answers. And that's exactly what they do. They continue to come up with crazy out of this world answers. What if we turn the great houses against each other? A house war. It's been a while since we've had one of those. Boom, lore drop. The high nobility are growing increasingly powerful, and the Lord Ruler barely has control over them anymore. Luthadell's great houses are the key. If we can turn the houses inside Luthadel against each other, we can bring down the city. Part of our contract with Yeadon states that we'll give him an opening to seize the city. And they're just like, they're going in here, and I just love it, man. I love it. I think it's a wonderful idea to do this. And again, I love the way that they were able to put forth these ideas and be like, hey, this is the way to do it. You know what I mean? Like, where are the great houses? Where, like, do this with the great house. Okay, we need to do this, so why don't we do that? You know what I mean? And then he draws the line between chaos and great houses with house war. And it's just a beautifully constructed plan that ends up coming together. And it's like, it's because of all of these people being here and all of these people being so, so smart and so ready to do the thing that they set out to do in the first place. And it comes here, and it showed here with Bree saying, the entire point of life is to find ways to get others to do your work for you. Don't you know anything about basic economics? Ham raised a brow. It was a rhetorical question, Ham. Those are the best kind, Ham replied. Yo, like, I love that we're getting to see how much of a dynamic there is between these characters, because we're just watching them have a regular moment. Well, not a regular moment, but we're watching them plan this heist. So everything comes together even more in this moment. This is where things are really getting contextualized as far as the plot goes. Because it's like, what are we going to be doing? This. Everything we see here is what's going to be happening. Let's see. Oh, and then he says we like, it's our job to see that he doesn't have a choice. Because Ham's like, I can't see the Lord Ruler letting things go that far, and he says it's our job to let it hit, to make sure that he doesn't have a choice. We fan those tensions, then somehow force the garrison to pull out when the houses start fighting in earnest. Except perhaps, and then he's like, nothing will stop this except if you sends the, the guards into the street. And then he also talks about the Colossus Guard, the Colossus Army, which is stationed a moderate distance away. Colossus troops make wonderful grunts, but they have to be kept away from civilized cities, which is insane. And then it also says that most cities only need a small policing force that we find out is actually 20,000 men. So now there you have a little bit of a better idea on how to, bring bring that house war and bring the house war, great house chaos that they were talking about. Oh, and then now they start talking about how they're gonna raise the army. And then something I love is that how bad of a leader that Yeadon actually is. You know what I mean? Like, Yeadon is actually not really like that smart of a person when it comes to being, a leader of a rebellion. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, like because they say the rebellion has those caves up to the north. We might be able to hide somewhere, some men there. Yeet impaled. You know about those? Bro says, bro, the Lord Ruler knows about him, Yeaton. The rebels just ain't dangerous, bro. Like, damn, man. Could you imagine thinking that you got this awesome secret hiding spot, but everybody know where it's at, actually? You're like, yeah, bro, the Lord Ruler doesn't know where we at. We've been hiding here for a minute. And it's like, nah, bro, he knows where you are. You're just not threatening enough for him to actually move on you. Like, the effort it would take to like, y'all ain't worth the effort for him to wipe out a cave. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Oh, and then they also mentioned this, which I think it's the reason they mentioned it. Cave fighting is nasty business, especially for the aggressor. The Lord Ruler likes to keep defeats to a minimum. He's nothing if not vain. So, bruh is, he does what he needs to do to make sure he can win. So he ain't going to attack them because he's like, bruh, what if we lose, though? Like, nah, I ain't going to do that. And then they also talk about the only time they know that the entire garrison left was when the Ska rebellion broke out. And they're like, yo, we can't fight the rebellion. And they start talking about this. And then we finally get to hear from Vin. Kelsier's like, what's up, Vin? And then Breeze is like, no, not Breeze. Dox is like, yo, leave her alone. Don't try to put her on the spot. And he's like, nah, tell me what you thinking. And then she's like, how far away are the pits of Hathsin? And then Breeze is like, oh no, that's devious. The nobility don't know that the pits produce atium, so the Lord Ruler couldn't make much of a fuss, not without revealing that there's something very special about those pits. That means no Colossus. That's how I think he sounds. But so, and it's like, yo, that's actually a W idea. Attack the pits that no one knows where the ATM is, which is actually his most beloved thing. So it's like, he wouldn't be able to just send the toughest army, because it's like, why would he send one of these big ass armies for this? Like, there's no reason for that, unless there's something really down there. He doesn't want to raise the question, so to keep up suspicions or to hold up, the things, he's just gonna do these things instead. Works really good. You feel me? We continue to iron out the plan. Oh, and then we also get a good reminder of, hey, Mistborn were involved with the Great House thing, not the Great House, but what just happened that Kelsier did, right? Since it was a Mistborn that did it, only the Great Houses have Mistborns, because Ska are not usually Mistborns. Like, Kelsier is a Mistborn because of reasons for right now, and then, we know that Vin comes from a line of, that's how she's, it's in her blood. That's how she's a Mistborn, and that doesn't happen often. So those things are crazy right there. Doop. Oh, and then we find out that Lord Renault is actually a secret agent, man. We get some confirmation as well that other people have seen the Lord Ruler, which is something that was really important to me, because Doxson is like the Lord Ruler himself, saw me on one occasion, and he's got a flawless memory. So it was just, I just appreciate that, because I think someone had brought up that it might be a Wizard of Oz type of thing, and I think it still can be, but it would be even more legitimized that it was a Wizard of Oz type of thing if the Lord Ruler was like someone that no one has seen. But the fact that like people have seen him and they know that he's actually seen them as well, it just validates it a little bit more around in the book. And this is, we're in this first part, we're coming to the end of the first part where we're in this is chapter 6, and it's like we need to know a little bit more about what's going on there, you know so yeah. This is wild. Yo, this is insane. The Yolos army is actually diabolical. Oops, I moved the wrong thing just now. Bow. I did it again, didn't I? I did. Oh, that's what it is. I was like, bro, what is causing the haze? Oh, is that not the right chat? Bro, I have no idea. Oh, well. Oh, let's go here. And then turn the display on. Okay. And then they start talking about the nephew and all that stuff. And then Kelsier's like, what's your name, son? And the brother's like, Lester Bonus. And he's like, that's a mouthful. Don't you have a nickname? Not of the yetting yet. Like, bruh. I didn't want to laugh at little bro, but I was like, damn. And then him and Docs are like, nah, that's probably not a good idea, bro. I was like, oh, bro. Why are they cooking young Lester Bonus like that? You know what I mean? I said, do you always speak in that Eastern slang? Was in the place when I was young. So they're like, all right, it's gonna be Vin. So then they just write down Vin's name there, yo. Like, that was crazy. Like, they did, bro. Crazy. Oh, and then Breeze is like, you'll probably never eventually have to rule the city. Chances are, we'll all get caught and executed long before that happens. And then he's definitely giving me that Varys and Tyrion Lannister vibe, you know what I mean? Like, he reminds me of Varys just as much as he does of Tyrion, but he also gives he just gives a lot of vibes off at one time, and I like him. I like Breeze, but I like Breeze because I don't like Breeze, if you know what I'm saying. But I like the dynamic between Ham and Breeze because I like Ham. Don't like Breeze, but I like Ham and Breeze. But I don't like Breeze. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and then Yeaton is like, what do we do that? And then what do we do with that? He's like, yo, you didn't hire us to kill with the Lord Ruler. That's just a perk that I intend to throw in if I can. Like, bruh, he's a powerful Allomancer, but by no means omnipotent. You know what I mean? Like, that's fire. Oh, and then he's like, we'll have my brother deal with him. And then he's like hell you will. And then we find out who that extra seat was for, and it was for his brother Marsh, and that brings the chapter to an end. I really did like chapter 6. Let's talk about it a little bit. Let me know how you guys felt about it. For show. Kel may be a menace to society, but this society definitely needs to be menaced. I could agree with that, Occam. Kelsier is also terrorizing Ska that work for nobles. Yeah, he's like, bruh, I don't give my none of y'all. Anybody else mix up Vin and Min? Never before, but I might now. Thanks for that, Marsu. And welcome back. What's up, lady? How was the kids' menaces? Did they go to sleep? Did they listen to Uncle Sensei? You feel me? I know, right? They have a similar aesthetic. Ham is no... Marisu, come on. You just got back in here. You've been in here. You were in here what, all of 3 seconds? I know you got to have like a list of these jokes ready for Mistborn, you know? It's like you do the reading and you're like, "Oh yeah. All right, let me write down potential jokes." Yo, like, and she knows, chat. She knows. Ham is no meathead. You know what? Deal with it. Oh, Mary Sue. It's a sickness I can't stop. Nah, that's crazy. Nah, this is crazy. You might as well be a scholar the way the government's trying to suppress you. The government isn't down with the sickness. Nah, that's menace. I didn't used to mix up Vin and Min before, but by the way, General Mayhem will be my title when the revolution begins. Nah, that's crazy. General Mayhem, yo. Yeaton's bad attitude is hilarious. Yeah, that had me absolutely rolling. Yo, what's up with it, Tasarlin? Welcome back.
Hello there.
I have my YouTube noties on, and I'm still late. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Welcome back, though. I hope you're having a good one. I hope you enjoyed this reading as well. Kelsier is for the people, given a certain definition of people that doesn't include nobles. Yeah, basically. Technical issues. Facts. Love the chalkboard. Yo, yeah, shout out to whatever Reddit user was out there that made that. You feel me? In the r/Mistborn Reddit thread. If I knew the user's name, I would definitely shout them out. But I definitely appreciate it for them dropping that on there. Because that's what I mean, I was going to make... Oops. Where's it at? God damn, bro. Where's everything at? Why is everything like all out of whack? I'm so confused. Oh, do I not even have one? Oh. Interesting. Window display capture. Add existing. Okay. Put it right there like that. Bam! And then will it go off when I click that? No, it won't. Because it's not connected to that for some reason. Alright. Interesting. That's okay. Ham is my dude, and I gave you a rhetorical answer, legit. What the hell is a Kolos army? Yo, that's a wonderful question. It's like, bro, he drops just random things, but it's not random, you know? It's like, why would we have heard of this before now, you know? There's not a reason to talk about the Kolos army in any other circumstance because they're usually not even in the city. So only when it's raised as a question here would we need to know more about who they are. It just freaking works, chat. It just freaking works. This slang is the best. Imagine speaking like that for a whole day. It reminds me of how they talk in Expansion. I always feel a little weird saying Mistborn's name. I guess it does feel a little weird to say it. I forgot I actually learned that it was weird to say when Nerdy Nightly did this book. Mistborn. I only learned recently that it was a negative thing to say. Wait, Lester Bornis? Or are you talking about bruh's nickname? Because that's, I'm not, if bruh's nickname is that, I ain't saying that. Remove zero. Nah. Hold on. Let's do that again. Talking about can't find you. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Oof. Uh-huh. Marisu, if you'll be General Mayhem, I'll be your Corporal Punishment. We'll just need a Colonel Sanders. Okay, you want some too, Occam? Bet. Hey, yo, no. Put his whole name there. That's successfully removed zero. How do I successfully remove nothing? Well, I guess it is possible. Official Ackham. Coming for you. Colossus Army sounds so much like. Nah, that's crazy. Is Colonel Sanders status because he? Okay, all right. So everybody need to get taxed tonight. Can I tax the? Is there a possible way to tax everyone in chat? Just everybody that's even here. I was trying to be all nice and stuff. Nope. Nah. Nah. Marisu, you're a menace. The government is oppressing me. Yo, y'all are wildin' today. Oh, man. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. You know what? I think I need a little backup. Yeah. What we gonna do now? What we gonna do now? Huh? What y'all want to do? Do I need to call in the pig? Let me know. They call him Mr. Pig. All right? Don't you forget it. All right? He's always there. Even when you forget, he never does. He's always watching. On his Mike Wazowski shit. You know what I'm saying? Okay. We find out a little bit more about Lord Renew, who's staying in Felice, and we find out that Kelsier has murdered him and replaced him with someone that somehow looks exactly like him. We don't get too much information on that, but I feel like it might have something to do with connecting to the Northern Mystics that they spoke of earlier, that we had a very brief mention of, and I don't know why, but that's just how I feel about that. And they tell Yeadon, like, bruh, you don't want to know. And I love the way Yeadon was like, oh no, Breeze laughs, and he's like, you killed him, didn't you? You killed him and replaced him with an imposter. And everybody's like, what? Yo, Kelsier is a menace, man. Like, you just can't help but just appreciate it. Bro is literally a menace. Like he's literally a menace. It's hilarious. Let's see. Wait, am I tweaking? Did I go back somehow? I think I did go back somehow. How did that happen? How did I go back? Oh no, I was talking to you. I was talking to you guys. You guys distracted me. Kelsier has murdered him is a surprisingly frequently applicable phrase, and this is only the start of the book. That's hilarious. Kelsier seems like a straight up menace, bruv. Like, no cap. And I love it, yo. Bruh. Alright, I'm gonna just start hitting y'all for... I'm about to put y'all in debt. Go ahead. Make another damn joke. Yo. Now, don't say Mari Sue. I saw there's already a ham in this story. I saw it. Don't act like you was, oh yeah, Mari Sue, you got enough to lose. You shouldn't have pulled your wallet up. You should not have let me see how much you got. Because now I'm going to hit you with inflation. You know what I'm saying? You should have never let me see. Yup. You're getting taxed. You're getting taxed, Marisu. Yup. I don't want to hear it either. I don't want to hear nothing about no oppression. I don't want to hear it. Don't nobody say nothing about oppression. I don't want to hear nothing about oppression. You hear me? Who's next? I don't know how much you got. Sharice. So I don't want to bankrupt you just yet. We shall overcome. You're going to overcome broke. There we go. All right. Does anyone have an approximate kill count for Kelsier by this point? Just in the book so far, gotta be over 30. Yeah, gotta be, right? Because he killed them 8 dudes just now. He killed 2 dudes before that, and that's already 10. That just happened. And then he definitely killed everybody at the Lord dude's house at the beginning of the book. So that gotta be more than 20 in there too. So yeah, I'd say about 30 to 40. OMG, I didn't deserve it. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, wait. So what is this? What is this? The evidence says otherwise. Deception. Disgrace. We're gonna have to stop calling you Sensei and start calling you Lord Ruler. Call me what you want. Call me what you want. I got backup. All right. Call it what you want. Say it to the pig. Tell it to the pig. All right.
Rashik is a tall man. Of course, most of these terrace men are tall. He is young to receive so much respect from the other packmen. He has charisma, and the women of court would probably describe him as handsome in a rugged sort of way. Yet it amazes me that anyone would give heed to a man who speaks such hatred. He has never seen Helenium, yet he curses the city. He does not know me, yet I can already see the anger and hostility in his eyes. 7.
Let's get it.
3 years hadn't changed Marsh's appearance much. He was still the stern, commanding person Kelsier had known since childhood. There was still that glint of disappointment in his eyes, and he spoke with the same air of disapproval. Yet if Doxson were to be believed, Marsh's attitudes had changed much since that day 3 years before. Kelsier still found it hard to believe that his brother had given up leadership of the Ska Rebellion. He had always been so passionate about his work. Apparently, that passion had dimmed. Marsh walked forward, regarding the charcoal writing board with a critical eye. His clothing was stained slightly by dark ash, though his face was relatively clean for a Ska. He stood for a moment, looking over Kelsier's notes. Finally, Marsh turned and tossed a sheet of paper onto the chair beside Kelsier. "What is this?" Kelsier asked, picking it up. "The names of the 11 men you slaughtered last night," Marsh said. "I thought you might at least want to know." Kelsier tossed the paper into the crackling hearth. "They served the Final Empire." "They were men, Kelsier," Marsh snapped. "They had lives, families. Several of them were Ska. Traitors. People," Marsh said. "People who were just trying to do the best with what life gave them." "Well, I'm just doing the same thing," Kelsier said. "Unfortunately, life gave me the ability to push men like them off the tops of buildings. If they want to stand against me like noblemen, then they can die like noblemen."
Bruh! Oh my god! They want to stand against me, they can die like the rest. Bro is low-key a villain. But he's a good villain. He is, like, hell yeah. Bro, they turned against their own kind. Let them die. Bro, let them die. Bro, I love Marsh. I love the interaction that we get with Kelsier from Marsh. Like, it's fantastic.
Marsh interrupted.
Oops.
"How can you be so flippant about something like this?" "Because, Marsh," Kelsier said, "humor is the only thing I've got left. Humor and determination." Marsh snorted quietly. "You should be happy," Kelsier said. "After decades of listening to your lectures, I finally decided to do something worthwhile with my talents. Now that you're here to help, I'm sure—" "I'm not here to help," Marsh interrupted. "Then why did you come?" "To ask you a question." Marsh stepped forward, stopping right in front of Kelsier. They were about the same height, but Marsh's stern personality always made him seem to loom taller. "How dare you do this?" Marsh asked quietly. "I dedicated my life to overthrowing the Final Empire.
I love this movie.
While you and your thieving friends partied, I hid runaways. While you planned petty burglaries, I organized raids. While you lived in luxury, I watched people die of starvation." Marsh reached up, stabbing a finger at Kelsier's chest. "How dare you? How dare you try and hijack the rebellion for one of your little jobs? How dare you use this dream as a way of enriching yourself?" Kelsier pushed Marsh's finger away.
God, what a way to let us know. I saw something just pop up right now, but I saw it too late because I was reading, but I appreciate whatever that was from whoever it was. Welcome to the super fam. I believe it was a subscriber wabby. Yo, I love the way that we see so much going on, because the mention of Marsh before, we knew that everyone regarded him as being such a higher standard of character. You know what I mean? Like they've already, before we even saw them, everyone around literally was like, "Marsh? Where's Marsh?" You know what I mean? Oh, and then bruh just goes off on him like, "I've been doing this while you were basically just pissing your life away. You never cared. You never cared." Like, bro.
"That's not what this is about." "Oh?" Marsh asked, tapping the word atium on the board.
Bruh.
"Why the games, Kelsier? Why lead Yidden along pretending to accept him as your employer? Why act like you care about the Ska? We both know what you're really after." Kelsier clenched his jaw, a bit of his humor melting away. "He could always do that to me."
Bruh.
"You don't know me anymore, Marsh," Kelsier said quietly. "This isn't about money. I once had more wealth than any man could spend. This job is about something different." Marsh stood close, studying Kelsier's eyes as if searching for truth in them. "You always were a good liar," he finally said.
Bruh.
Kelsier
I don't want to hear none of your shit, little bro.
rolled his eyes. "Fine. Think what you want, but don't preach to me. Overthrowing the Empire might have been your dream once, but now you've become a good little ska, standing in your shop and fawning over noblemen when they visit. I've faced reality, Marsh said. Something you've never been good at. Even if you're serious about this plan, you'll fail. Everything the rebellion has done, the raids, the thefts, the deaths, has accomplished nothing. Our best efforts were never even a mild annoyance for the Lord Ruler.
Bruh. Yo, we've been told already how the Ska have been beat down. They have lost all hope. You know what I mean? We've already been told that. But now we get to see that the leader of the rebellion, the previous leader, has now given up and is right there working like everyone else. Like, his brother called him a good little ska, and he basically was like, well, yeah, bro, there's nothing else for me to be in this world. That's intense. It's intense to hear them talking back and forth, because just as much as excuse me, what's bro's name? Marsh, my bad. Just as much, I took off my glasses and I forgot. Just as much as Marsh is reading Kelsier the right and how much he knows about him, Kelsier he knows just as much about him as he does, you know? Like, they are brothers. Like, once again, no one knows you like your sibling, and that is true on both ends of the dynamic here. And it's good to see the equality that is shared between them as brothers, and then the respect that is also shared between them as brothers, even though, you know, they still gonna talk they shit, because that's what bros is supposed to do, you know? Like, that is what bros is supposed to do.
I'll believe that you aren't after the money. I'll even believe that you intend to deliver Yidin this army he's apparently paying you for. But I won't believe that you care. That's where you're wrong, Marsh, Kelsier said quietly. That's where you've always been wrong about me.
Welcome to the super
Marsh
fan,
frowned.
Christina Masters. I appreciate you.
Perhaps. How did this start, anyway? Did Yidin come to you, or did you go to him? Does it matter? Kelsier asked.
Yes, it matters, Kelsier. What do you mean, does it matter? It matters so much. The answer to this question matters so freaking much. It's a question that I think we all have going into this at this moment, is who went to whom? Because if Kelsier reached out to Yidin about this, it makes everything a lot more selfish and a lot more about that revenge that he's already been talking about. You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn.
Look, Marsh, I need someone to infiltrate the Ministry. This plan won't go anywhere if we don't discover a way to keep an eye on those Inquisitors. Marsh turned. You actually expect me to help you? Kelsier nodded.
Yep.
That's why you came here, no matter what you say. You once told me that you thought I could do great things if I ever applied myself to a worthy goal. Well, that's what I'm doing now, and you're going to help. It's not that easy anymore, Kel, Marsh said with a shake of his head. Some people are different now. Others are gone. Kelsier let the room grow quiet. Even the hearth's fire was starting to die out. I miss her too. I'm sure that you do. But I have to be honest with you, Kel. Despite what she did, sometimes I wish that you hadn't been the one to survive the pits. I wish the same thing every day.
Despite what she did, despite what she did, despite what she did. Who? Despite what who did? Are we talking about Mare? Is this the betrayal that we were talking about earlier? You know? Is this the betrayal that was brought up in the last episode of Reading Wednesday? Huh? Because if you guys remember, the thieves talked about there was a great betrayal. Huh? And now we're talking about despite what she did. Interesting. What the hell did she do? That's the question of the night, ladies and gentlemen. That is the question of the night. Let's see. Yeah, but I love that the fact that Marsh is not a fan of Kelsier being a menace, but also I low-key don't trust Marsh all the way because, like, bro is definitely turned coat. Like, he's not turned coat, but, you know, you always got to watch somebody that was super turned up to the point of being a leader, and then they're turned down to the point of, you know, now they're working in the shop talking about, you know, I'm not, you know, like, this is my place. Like, nothing that we do ever is going to matter. Like, okay, I've got to watch you. I have to watch you because what we're doing here is too big for me not to watch you. And that's something that definitely rubs me the wrong way, is how many people know this crazy plan. This plan is a big ass plan. And there are so many people that know what's going on. And I just don't think that should be a thing. Like, there should not be so many people that are aware of what's happening here. But there's a lot. There's a lot. A ton. And then he finds out that, you know, Vin was like listening the entire time, basically getting all of the information she could. You know what I mean? You know, it's like, yeah, buddy, okay, we good. And she's like, oh, and then she sneaks back into her room. She listens and she makes sure that bro walks away. She crouches beside her door, and then she's like, did the footsteps continue or not? And then the hallway fell silent, and then she was like, oh. And then right then, as she breathes, right as she sighs of full relief and thinking that, you know, everything is A-okay, Brett knocks on the door. Brett knocks on the door and she's like, oh, he's good. The same way that he was like, oh, she's good. I love it, man. I love it, yo. Not gonna lie. I just love it. And then Kelsier even says, so you're not going to admit that I caught you. You're not going to admit that I caught you. And then he smiles. And then I love how it says she almost smiled back. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And then he's like, all right, come on, let's go. Let's start your training. But it's like, it's not just starting her training. It's actually going on the way to the mission. And then we get an amazing way to and then before we get this amazing stuff, we get some more drops. So we hear about the ministry doctrine, which claims that the Mistborn are descendants of the only men who remain true to the Lord Ruler during the days of his ascension, or before his ascension, excuse me. Other legends whisper that Mistborns are something beyond even the Lord Ruler's power, something that was born on the day that when the mists first came upon the land. Hey, yo. Nearly all Mistborn are members of great houses, and the rest are from lesser Luthadel houses. Either way, they're very important individuals. Mistborns are so rare that houses can't afford to apply gender prejudices to them. Most Mistborn live two lives, the life of the court-going aristocrat and the life of the sneaking, spying Allomancer. Mistborn identities are closely guarded house secrets. So they're kind of like Sith. they're kind of like the Sith, I'm not gonna lie. And then we also get a hint of metal reserves that, you know, each Allomancer has. And then one of my questions as well was, is it like are allomancers, even if they can't burn all tins or all metals, are they able to still know that they have it there? They just can't reach it? Or is it like you don't even know the source is there? Like, will they feel that there are still 8 sources, but just not be able to actually, do anything with it? Or do they just, or is it just like one source is burns within them when they have it within their reserves? Like, so basically, does everyone's metal reserve tank have the entirety of the metal system in it, or is it just, or the allomantic system, I guess you should say, or is it just specific, that one specific one? And then he also talks about burning the said thing, and then he's like, "Yo, what's burning?" And then she's like, "You burn with metal associated with that power." And then that's just fire, it's just amazing to see what's going on. And then before we get all of that, explanation, he just kind of goes off into the kitchen, and then he comes back, and then he gives her a cloak, and then it's like, it's a Mistborn cloak. And she was like, I thought I would have to earn this somehow. And you not gonna lie, that's the same thing I thought. I was definitely mind blown that she just got handed the Mistborn cloak. I was like, this isn't going to be like once she learns the system or something. It's just right off the bat, here you go. Literally everything I thought was going to be a major plot point of some kind or a major character development moment has just kind of be something that's not just breezed over, but it's like, all right, here you go. Let's go. It's going to take her forever to learn the system. Nope, she does every single thing in one night. Like, she does every single, like, not everything, but everything he tries to teach her, she actively does it that same night. Like, well, that is, like, she's not a master at it by any means, but she does all of the things, right? Like, that's what matters, is that she did them. It doesn't matter that she failed. Well, she didn't really fail because she did them all. Like, it doesn't matter that she did it badly. All that matters is that she did it. But I appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie, I still appreciated it. I was very okay. I was very okay with it. I was surprised, yes, but I was still very much just like, all right, cool. No worries.
Within her chest. It wasn't discomforting, but it was obvious and distinct of the street. Tentatively, she reached out to one of the new sources of power. One of them was slightly familiar to her. Had she used it before without realizing it? What would it do? Only one way to find out. Uncertain what exactly she was supposed to do, Vin gripped the source of power and tried to use it. Immediately, she felt a flare of heat from within her chest. It wasn't discomforting, but it was obvious and distinct. Along with the warmth came something else, a feeling of rejuvenation and of power. She felt more solid somehow. What happened? Kelsier asked. I feel different, Vin said. She held up her hand, and it seemed as if the limb reacted just a bit too quickly. The muscles were eager. My body is strange. I don't feel tired anymore, and I feel alert. Ah, Kelsier said. That's pewter. It enhances your physical abilities, making you stronger, more able to resist fatigue and pain. You'll react more quickly when you're burning it, and your body will be tougher. Vin flexed experimentally. Her muscles didn't seem any bigger, yet she could feel their strength. It wasn't just in her muscles, however. It was everything about her. Her bones, her flesh, her skin. She reached out to her reserve and could feel it shrinking. I'm running out, she said. Kelsier nodded. Pewter burns relatively quickly. The vial I gave you was measured to contain about 10 minutes' worth of continuous burning, though it will go faster if you flare often and slower if you are careful about when you use it. Flare? You can burn your metals a little more powerfully if you try, Kelsier said. It makes them run out much faster, and it's difficult to maintain, but it can give you an extra boost. Vin frowned, trying to do as he said. With a push of effort, she was able to stoke the flames within her chest, flaring the pewter. It was like the inhaled breath before a daring leap, a sudden rush of strength and power. Her body grew tense with anticipation, and for just a moment she felt invincible. Then it passed, her body relaxing slowly. Interesting, she thought, noting how quickly her pewter had burned during that brief moment. Now there's something you need to know about allomantic metals, Kelsier said as they strolled forward in the mists. The more pure they are, the more effective they are.
Okay, real quick. Marisu, last week, you asked a question. And your question was, why is there a difference between like copper and bronze or something? Because copper has bronze and some bronze has copper and all of those things. I remember, you know what I'm talking about? Because I was like, that's a good question. And this right here is the answer to that question specifically.
The vials we prepare contain absolutely pure metals, prepared and sold specifically for allomancers. Alloys, like pewter, are even trickier, since the metal percentages have to be mixed just right if you want maximum power. In fact, if you aren't careful when you buy your metals, you could end up with the wrong alloy entirely.
See? So, you know, it's like, yes to those things, but the thing that makes copper copper and the thing that makes bronze bronze is the reason why they are different. Even though they do have trace elements of the same amount, it's the specific percentages of those trace elements which dictates how powerful said allomantic power is after it's burned. You feel me? And then it goes on to even tell us a little bit more here.
Ben frowned. You mean someone might scam me? Not intentionally, Kelsier said. The thing is, most of the terms that people use, words like brass, pewter, and bronze, are really quite vague when you get down to it. Pewter, for instance, is generally accepted as an alloy of tin mixed with lead, with perhaps some copper or silver depending on the use and the circumstances.
That was kind of
Allomancer's pewter, however, is an alloy of 91% tin, 9% lead. If you want maximum strength from your metal, you have to use those percentages. And if you burn the wrong percentage? Vin asked. If the mixture is only off by a bit, you'll still get some power out of it, Kelsier said. However, if it's too far off, burning it will make you sick. Vin nodded slowly. I think I've burned this metal before. Once in a while, in very small amounts. Trace metals, Kelsier said.
Like, there's so
From
much
drinking water
knowledge right
contaminated
here.
by metals or by eating with pewter utensils. Vin.
Like, so much knowledge right here. So, trace metals, like, everything is just back to back to back to back to back to back to back. It's just, it's just nonstop knowledge. It's just definitely nonstop knowledge, and it's crazy. Let's see. Boom. So yeah, we're just getting a shit ton of knowledge dropped on our heads right now, and I love it because usually nothing really trusts us as much to give us. Nothing is as bold to give us the entire magic system within the first 10 chapters of a book. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that is a very bold move to do. But we are gradually brought to the point of needing all of the information, like, just dumped right there. And the fact that our main character is so smart allows for that information to be, it allows for that information to be straight up understood. You feel me? It's like, boom, this is what would happen. Like, this is how things work. Like, Vin is a curious person, and Kelsier knows she's curious, so he gives her the answers that she's looking for. And that's the type of person that I am. I'm the type of person that wants the answers to my questions, and I'm also the type of person that's going to answer the question that I get asked very specifically. You feel me? So, like, I'm asking specific questions because I want specific answers. So if someone asks me a specific question, I'm going to give that specific answer. And that's kind of the dynamic between them, and I appreciate that very much so. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of the way that I am just in life. Like, honest questions deserve honest answers. You feel me? Boom. Then we get back into the world building, lore building. We get back into the magic building, really. There are two metals for every power. One pushes and one pulls. The second is usually an alloy of the first. For emotions, the external mental powers. You push with zinc and push with brass. You just used pewter to push your body. That's one of the internal physical powers. Ham, and then she's like Ham, he burns pewters. Mistings who can burn pewter are called thugs. So boom. That's that. He tells her to turn on her 10. When she does, she could see better. She could see farther. The mists were still there. They were just now translucent. She could feel her clothing and realized that she could always feel it, but now she really is aware of it being there, feeling the textures and sensing the how acute the cloth was, like, and how tight it was to her body. And then Kelsier tells her about how tin enhances the senses, and it's one of the slowest burning metals. The tin, like a small tin vial, a small amount, the tin that was in the vial can keep it going for hours. And then we also learn that most Mistborns leave their tin on whenever they're in the mists, and that is something that we actually got basically told to us earlier when Kelsier went and whooped some ass. He turned on his tin as soon as he was out there in the mist, and then they make a note of telling us that he kept it burning, I think up until he went inside, and then he had to turn it back on when he was fighting, and then it cleared the fog from his head. Like, bro, we're getting mad information here, and it's connecting back to things that have already happened to, I've used this little word a lot, but that's what it's doing, contextualize the rest of the story and the person. And then we actually find out, finally, about the negatives or the flaws of what's going on. And that is finding out that the metals stretch the body, and flaring metals pushes the body further. So you can stretch your body too far for too long, and then that will make things start to break. So there we go, having our constrictions on said magic system, not allowing characters to get too OP, too overpowered, or none of the things like that. And then we get this beautiful freaking moment. Like, this moment was amazing. I really did appreciate this.
Kelsier fell quiet, and they continued to walk, letting Vin explore her new sensations and the detailed world that Tin revealed. Before, her vision had been restricted to a tiny pocket within the night. Now, however, she saw an entire city enveloped by a blanket of shifting, swirling mist. She could make out keeps like small, dark mountains in the distance, and could see specks of light from windows like pin-pricked holes in the night. And above, she saw lights in the sky. She stopped, gazing up in wonder. They were faint, blurred to even her tin-enhanced eyes, but she could just barely make them out. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, so small, like the dying embers of candles recently extinguished. "Stars," Kelsier said, strolling up beside her. "You can't see them very often, even with tin. It must be a particularly clear night. People used to be able to look up and see them every night. That was before the mists came, before the ash mounts erupted ash and smoke into the sky." Vin glanced at him. "How do you know?" Kelsier smiled. "The Lord Ruler has tried very hard to crush memories of those days, but still some remain." He turned, not really having answered her question, and continued to walk. Vin joined him. Suddenly, with Tin, the mists around her didn't seem so ominous. She was beginning to see how Kelsier could walk about at night with such confidence.
Bruh! Yet again, getting amazing drops of lore and understandings of what's going on in the world. I think you guys already said it last week, but ash mounts are just volcanoes. Like, just say volcanoes. That's funny. That's funny, for real. I thought about the same thing. It's like, it works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't, but I like ash mount. I'm not going to lie, I like ash mount. That is a That is a wonderful thing to call a volcano. I'm not gonna lie. I think a lava mount also is a fire thing to call it. I think a lava mount actually sounds better than like volcano. A freaking lava mountain. That's what it is anyway. It's a lava mountain. The lava mounts, yo. Yep. Put it in the book. All right. And then we see her basically figure out that there are two sides of every metal, and you can flare it, extinguish it, all these things. We're learning all of these different ones, and then we talk about bronze, the internal mental pulling metal. It lets you sense when someone is using allomancy nearby. Seekers like Marsh use it. Generally, it's not that useful unless you happen to be a Steel Inquisitor searching for ska mistings. So basically, that bronze is amazing. And then, boom, Inquisitors can use allomancy. They're all Inquisitors, since their main duties are to find half-breed children and noblemen who use allomancy improperly. It's a useful skill for them to have. But burning copper hides the use of power from allomancers. So that's why it's important to have more than one person around. Copper is a vital metal. Oh yeah. Okay, and then here we go. Copper hides you from Inquisitors. The Inquisitors would assume you to be a regular Mistborn. And then he tells them that the Inquisitors right now will just assume that they're out for training. It's fine. But if she's in a ska guise and needs to burn metals, she has to make sure she turns on the copper first. So you also get this kind of I call it ability cooldown wheel. You know what I mean? Like you get like in games like Overwatch and things like that. Like you have to learn how to use your abilities in a certain succession in order to get proper, or at least to get maximum usage out of your character that you're playing, right? So it's like maybe you'll want to bubble this and then do this and then do that, because you want to hit a character with a sleep dart first, because once you sleep them, then you'll be able to hit them with a grenade, and that grenade will bring their DPS down, and then you can hit them with something. You know what I mean? I like stuff like that. It's kind of rock, paper, scissors, but it's really not rock, paper, scissors. It's more of, I don't even know what else to call that, but it is kind of rock, paper, scissors-y, but it's not that. But I just like that it's like, yo, use your copper first, then you can use this, and then keep your 10 on when you're here, and then when you're doing that, do this, because then, it's a way that you're supposed to use those abilities. And then if you're not good at using your abilities and you don't burn copper first around a Steel Inquisitor, then adios. You know what I mean? Like, there's a way to do these things. And most of the people that the Steel Inquisitors would come across are not going to be Mistborns that that are able to do all of these things at once, or a group of Mistings that are using all of these things at once either. You know what I mean? It's like, that's not really how that works. Many Mistborn keep their copper on all the time. It burns slowly, and it makes you invisible to other allomancers. It hides you from bronze, and it also prevents others from manipulating your emotions. Vin perked up. I thought that might interest you. Anyone burning copper is immune to emotional allomancy. In addition, copper's influence occurs in a bubble around you. This copper cloud hides anyone inside of it from the senses of a seeker, though it won't make them immune to emotional allomancy like it will you. Bruh. Crazy drops of just fantastic lore. Oh yeah, and then she notices the metal with the blue lines and all that stuff. And then she turns them on, and she's like, the lines, and it says the lines moved with her while the other end remained attached to a given place along the street. The lines came in various widths, and some of them were brighter than others. She focused on a particularly small and innocent looking one. She almost felt like she could touch it. She reached out with her mind and gave it a slight tug. The line shook, and something flew immediately out of the darkness toward her. Then yelped, trying to jump out the way, but the object, a rusty nail, shot directly toward her. Suddenly, something grabbed the nail, ripping it away, throwing it back into the darkness. I should have known you'd try that, he said. And he was chuckling like, yo, I should have knew you were going to try to do the thing anyway. Like, obviously you're going to try to do the thing. The nail attacked me. You kind of attacked yourself. I just, yo, every action we take has consequences. I just love it, yo. I love it, yo. Iron and steel give you the ability to manipulate other metals around you. With iron, you can pull a metal source towards yourself. With steel, you can push one away. Burning tin has consequences. If someone produces a sudden light or sound, you can be blinded or stunned. Like, bruh. The force of your push or pull is directly away from or toward you. You can't flip things around with your mind, controlling them to go wherever you want. That's not the way that allomancy works. That's not how the force works. That's not the way the physical world works. When you push against something, with allomancy or with your hands, it goes directly in the opposite direction. Force, reactions, consequences. Like, damn, bro. He's spitting about more than just the magic system. Like, he's literally spitting about life. When they get to the wall, she puts the ingot directly below her. He tells him to steel push, not iron pull, and don't stop pushing until you reach the top of the wall. Kelsier shot into the air, his dark form vanishing. Bro, like, this is so hard. He bends down and jumps, shooting into the air, his form vanishing into the curling mists. She glances down at the ingot, burns steel. The blue line glowed with a faint, ghostly light. She took a deep breath and pushed against the ingot with all her strength. And boom, soars into the air, bro. Like, this chapter just hit so hard, bro. Like, this chapter is just fire. 5 and 7, man, are my favorite chapters. The like, action and then just world building and a lore, baby. Like, that is what I need in my life, and and that is what we got here. And it was phantasmical. Legit phantasmical. Let me know how you guys felt about that chapter. I truly loved it. I hope you guys loved chapter 7 as much as I did. I think a couple people said that chapter 7 was their favorite. I'm recalling that article in Wired from a few years ago that said all of Brando Sando's characters are so heroic and good and inspiring. Like, have you seen Kelsier? Yeah, bro. He is not any of... Well, I mean, he kind of is, but I don't know about the good part, you know? I don't know about heroic either. I guess he's just inspiring. I guess that's the only thing he is. Actually, thinking about it. Marsh, the library is open. No one can call you out like a sibling. Read him to filth, Marsh. It would suck being Kelsier's younger brother, but being his older brother would be infuriating. Legitimately, that's a good point. Kelsier has audacity. Facts. Like Cypher in The Matrix, can't trust people that don't care. That's very true. Tasarlan says that I feel this story could tease you about the magic system much longer than it actually does in the first book. But I like that the book trusts you to just give you most of it, and then you start to get on with the story. Of course, there are still unknowns, but you are given the basics, and we get to watch Vin learn it all relatively quickly. I agree, Tasarlan. That's a very good. That's a very good point and observation. I think it's a good, and I think we kind of been kind of talking about this a little bit and touching on it here and there throughout the night. That Brandon Sanderson does a very good job of just kind of being like, hey, here you go, and not just that, but also trust, again, like you said, trusting that we understand it's like the info dump is relative to the story, right? It's not just an info dump for the sake of it. There's kind of an info dump for the sake of it. Just like there are random bits of lore, and it's kind of like watching a movie, and then periodically, like, the show stops, and then the character comes on screen and kind of explains to you what a word was that was just said, But I also like that type of stuff, Like in this book right here, the Marvel Studios MCU timeline book, there are moments where Miss Minutes will pop up and be like, hey, just so you know, it seems like this doesn't make sense, but that's because of this, and this, and kind of explains little things to you. And I appreciate that, because there are us who care about every ounce of information. And I kind of wish the information was optional at times, but also, and who really wants that, I don't know. It's like because then you get the complaint of, bro, I want all the information there. I don't want to have to do the extra step of having to go look for it. But it's like, that's what glossaries are for. I'm rambling, but you get the chick. Definitely, it gives you a good basic foundation and lets you go forward. Yay, science! I wonder what would happen if they burned uranium. I don't think they can. I don't think that's one of the metals. I think they can only burn the stuff they got. Kel wants Vin to trust him, and he knows holding her at arm's length and lying would not work. She's already suspicious. He knows he needs to be honest with her to gain her trust. He subverts all her suspicions and assumptions. A lot of S's was right there. My bad. Okay. I agree. He does subvert all of those S words that all those words that had a lot of S's in them. I do agree. He does that for sure. Because what he wants is her to want to be there. And he doesn't want to force her to do anything. And he's like, yo, like, I do need you, but I can't lie to you. And he all but says it, by thinking it. He's like, yo, there's no reason to lie. You want the truth? Here's the truth. The truth is what's going to, make you want to keep rocking. As it does with everyone. So I'm just going to tell you the truth, like he does with the people he trusts. And I think he trusts her. And I think it's dope. I think these ash mounds don't spew lava, at least not anymore. So they are only known by the people for their ash. That actually makes a lot of sense, yeah, because when she even talks about it before, she's like, yo, it said that the ash mounds, spit lava, like some people believe that shit or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it does give it that vibe. I also love this chapter so much, Cerise. It was cool learning about Allomancy at the same time as Vin. Such a smart way to sneak world building in. Yeah, for real. It's like, hey, here's this character that wants to learn things. So why does this character wants to learn things? You know what I mean? Like, a lot of questions are answered in a beautiful way. Coming to Mistborn after reading Stormlight first, I will say this section felt a little bit like reading a TTRPG manual. He gets better at explaining his magic systems as he progresses. I I feel you there. I feel you there. It's kind of, it is very much like, yeah, this is the tutorial. That's what I feel like you just said. You know what I mean? Like, this section does very much feel like the tutorial. Not a lot of you guys play video. I don't know how many of you guys play video games, but whenever you get into a new game that has a very extensive lore or anything like that, you definitely have to, you know, put your thinking cap on for some of these games nowadays, you know? Like, it's gonna make you kind of churn that wheel and get into that thing a little different. It never feels forced and always relevant to what's going on. Yeah, it exactly. It is relative to the thing that's happening as it's happening. Like, sometimes things are explained, but sometimes things aren't explained. But it does matter for the conversations and discussions. While I'm not the biggest fan of like stopping mid conversation for a paragraph of lore, it actually does contextualize the rest of the conversation. Like, it does. Like, every time it happens, it's like, okay, I actually understand what they're talking about so much more now. Like, man, I agree it's integrated better in Stormlight. I also read Stormlight first. Okay, everybody came through from Stormlight Archive. That's dope. Oh, Vin needs a tutorial as opposed to in Stormlight. I understand. So, like, there's not a character that really needs the tutorial in Stormlight Archive, so that's why there ain't one. I like tutorials, but also and I hate tutorials because I feel like they drag out for so long, and then sometimes you just want to skip it and get to the story. But sometimes it's also really good, though. You know, it's like, it still helps you understand everything that's going on, so it's hard to be mad at it, you know? Alright. Let's get into Chapter 8.
But the mists, then down one last time. Finally, she took a deep breath and pushed against the ingot with all of her strength. He shall defend their ways, yet shall violate them. He will be their savior, yet they shall call him heretic. His name shall be Discord, yet they shall love him for it. 8.
Let's get into
Vin
8.
shot into the air. She suppressed a scream, remembering to continue pushing despite her fear. The stone wall was a blur of motion just a few feet away from her. The ground disappeared below, and the line of blue pointing toward the ingot grew fainter and fainter. What happens if it disappears? She began to slow. The fainter the line grew, the more her speed decreased. After just a few moments of flight, she crept to a halt, and was left hanging in the air above a nearly invisible blue line. I've always liked the view from up here. Vin glanced to the side. Kelsier stood a short distance away. She had been so focused that she hadn't noticed that she was hovering just a few feet from the top of the wall. Help, she said, continuing to push desperately lest she fall. The mists below her shifted and spun, like some dark ocean of damned souls. You don't have to worry too much, Kelsier said. It's easier to balance in the air if you have a tripod of anchors, but you can do fine with a single anchor. Your body is used to balancing itself. Part of what you've been doing since you learned to walk transfers to allomancy. As long as you stay still, hanging at the very edge of your pushing ability, you'll be pretty stable. Your mind and body will correct any slight deviations from the base center of your anchor below, keeping you from falling to the sides. If you were to push on something else, or move too much to one side, though, well, you'd lose your anchor below, and wouldn't be pushing directly up anymore. Then you'd have problems. You'd tip over like a lead weight on top of a very tall pole. Kelsier, Vin said. I hope you aren't afraid of heights, Vin, Kelsier said. That's quite a disadvantage for a Mistborn. I'm not afraid of heights, Vin said through gritted teeth. But I'm also not accustomed to hanging in the air 100 feet above the bloody street. Kelsier chuckled, but Vin felt a force tug against her belt, pulling her through the air toward him. He grabbed her and pulled her up over the stone railing, then set her down beside him. He reached an arm over the side of the wall. A second later, the ingot shot up through the air, scraping along the side of the wall until it flipped into his waiting hand. Good job, he said. Now we go back down. He tossed the ingot over his shoulder, casting it into the dark mists on the other side of the wall. We're really going outside? Vin asked. Outside the city walls? At night? Kelsier smiled in that infuriating way of his. He walked over and climbed onto the battlements. Varying the strength with which you push or pull is difficult, but possible. It's better to just fall a bit, then push to slow yourself. Let go and fall some more, then push again. If you get the rhythm right, you'll reach the ground just fine. Kelsier, Vin said, approaching the wall, I don't... You're at the top of the city wall now, Vin, he said, stepping out into the air. He hung, hovering, balanced as he'd explained to her before. There are only two ways down. Either you jump off, or you try and explain to that guard patrol why a Mistborn needs to use their stairwell. Vin turned with concern, noting an approaching bob of lantern light in the dark mists. She turned back to Kelsier, but he was gone. She cursed, bending over the side of the wall and looking down into the mists.
Yo,
She could hear the guards behind her, speaking softly to one another as they walked along the wall. Kelsier was right. She didn't have many options. Angry, she climbed up onto the battlement. She wasn't afraid of heights in particular, but who wouldn't be apprehensive standing atop the wall looking down at her doom? Vin's heart fluttered, her stomach twisting. I hope Kelsier's out of the way, she thought, checking the blue line to make certain she was above the ingot. Then she stepped off. She immediately began to plummet toward the ground. She pushed reflexively with her steel, but her trajectory was off. She had fallen to the side of the ingot, not directly toward it. Consequently, her push nudged her to the side even farther, and she began to tumble through the air. Alarmed, she pushed again, harder this time, flaring her steel. The sudden effort launched her back upward. She arced sideways through the air, popping up into the air alongside the wall top. The passing guards spun with surprise, but their faces soon became indistinct, as Vin fell back down toward the ground. Mind muddled by terror, she reflexively reached out and pulled against the ingot, trying to yank herself toward it. And of course, it obediently shot up toward her. I'm dead. Then her body lurched, pulled upward by the belt. Her descent slowed until she was drifting quietly through the air. Kelsier appeared in the mists, standing on the ground beneath her. He was, of course, smiling. He let her drop the last few feet, catching her, then setting her upright on the soft earth. She stood quivering for a moment, breathing in terse, anxious breaths. Well, that was fun, Kelsier said lightly. Vin didn't respond. Kelsier sat down on a nearby rock, obviously giving her time to gather her wits. Eventually, she burned pewter, using the sensation of solidness it provided to steady her nerves. You did well, Kelsier said. I nearly died. Everybody does their first time, Kelsier said. Iron pulling and steel pushing are dangerous skills. You can impale yourself with a bit of metal that you pull into your own body, you can jump and leave your anchor too far behind, or you can make a dozen other mistakes. My experience, limited though it is, has been that it's better to get into those extreme circumstances early, when someone can watch over you. Anyway, I assume you can understand why it's important for an Allomancer to carry as little metal on their body as possible. Vin nodded, then paused, reaching up to her ear. My earring, she said. I'll have to stop wearing it. Does it have a clip on the back? Kelsier asked. Vin shook her head. It's just a small stud, and the pin on the back bends down. Then you'll be all right, Kelsier said. Metal in your body, even if only a bit of it is in your body, can't be pushed or pulled. Otherwise, another Allomancer could rip the metals out of your stomach while you were burning them. Good to know, Vin thought.
Here we go.
It's also why those Inquisitors can walk around so confidently with a pair of steel spikes sticking out of their heads. The metal pierces their bodies, so it can't be affected by another Allomancer. Keep the earring. It's small, so you won't be able to do much with it, but you could use it as a weapon in an emergency. All right. Now, you ready to go? She looked up at the wall, preparing to jump again, then nodded. We're not going back up, Kelsier said. Come on.
Bruh. Kelsier is a straight menace, but he is one of the best teachers of all time. Because I definitely understand everything that's going on within this magic system. Bruh, like what? There you go. And I love that we get these answers as well. Some answers that haven't even been asked. Because for me, my question was 100% how in the hell have none of these Allomancers ever just yeah, and then just pulled the freaking the giant nail out of the Inquisitor's faces and just start impaling them all over their body with it. Just, you know what I mean? Like that, like, you know what I mean? Like, bruh, come on. Like, how did that not happen? But it's because anything in your body can't be bended for some reason, or wielded, or burned, or altered, or messed with in any type of way. Which is interesting, but it also makes sense. Why does it make sense? I don't know. Does it make sense, though? Yeah, it does make sense to me, actually. It makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure why, but it does. It makes a ton of sense. Like, that goes into a whole nother level of stuff when you start doing body things, Bodily functioning things are just weird. And then maybe and I can see like the body has like, its own inherent energy that connects it to, life. And maybe that energy is the exact opposite of whatever energy is utilized, in allomancy. Because I believe there's probably more of the magic system that we just have not been introduced to yet, which sounds kind of crazy, even because we have literal pages dropping info on it, but it still works really good. It still works really good, Let's see. Okay. All right. Here we go. And then this is another amazing part. They see a mist wraith, and up until now, we have only had them explained to us in different ways. But now we get to see one for ourselves.
Immediately became lighter, the mists becoming even less of an obstruction. What she saw caused her to shiver, fascinated, revolted, and more than a little disturbed. The creature had smoky, translucent skin, and Vin could see its bones. It had dozens upon dozens of limbs, and each one looked as if it had come from a different animal. There were human hands, bovine hooves, canine haunches, and others she couldn't identify. The mismatched limbs let the creature walk, though it was more of a shamble. It crawled along slowly, moving like an awkward centipede. Many of the limbs, in fact, didn't even look functional. They jutted from the creature's flesh in a twisted, unnatural fashion. Its body was bulbous and elongated. It wasn't just a blob, though. There was a strange logic to its form. It had a distinct skeletal structure, and, squinting through tin-enhanced eyes, she thought she could make out translucent muscles and sinew wrapping the bones. The creature flexed odd jumbles of muscles as it moved, and appeared to have a dozen different rib cages. Along the main body, arms and legs hung at unnerving angles. And heads. She counted 6. Despite the translucent skin, she could make out a horse head sitting beside that of a deer. Another head turned toward her, and she could see its human skull. The head sat atop a long spinal cord attached to some kind of animal torso, which in turn attached to a jumble of strange bones. Vin nearly retched. What? How? Mist wraiths have malleable bodies, Kelsier said. They can shape their skin around any skeletal structure, and can even recreate muscles and organs if they have a model to mimic. You mean? Kelsier nodded.
Yuck.
When they find a corpse, they envelop it and slowly digest the muscles and organs. Then they use what they've eaten as a pattern, creating an exact duplicate of the dead creature. They rearrange the parts a little bit, excreting the bones they don't want, while adding the ones they do want to their body, forming a jumble like what you see out there. Vin watched the creature shamble across the field, following her tracks. A flap of slimy skin drooped from its underbelly, trailing along the ground. Tasting for scents, Vin thought, following the smell of our passing. She let her tin return to normal, and the mist wraith once again became a shadowed mound. The silhouette, however, only seemed to heighten its abnormality. Are they intelligent, then? Vin asked. If they can split up a body and put the pieces where they want? Intelligent? Kelsier asked. No, not one this young. More instinctual than intelligent. Vin shivered again. Do people know about these things? I mean, other than the legends. What do you mean by people? Kelsier asked. A lot of Allomancers know about them, and I'm sure the Ministry does. Regular people? Well, they just don't go out at night. Most Ska fear and curse mist wraiths, but go their entire lives without actually seeing one. Lucky for them, Vin muttered. Why doesn't someone do something about these things? Kelsier shrugged. They're not that dangerous. That one has a human head.
They're not that dangerous. That one has a human head. I love it. I love it, yo. Crazy work on on just like learning more about that, about the mist wraiths. Again, another thing I did not think we would have explained to us until a long time from now. They look freaking disgustingly gross. They look like something out of an LSD trip, for real, for real. Like, whenever someone has an LSD trip in a show, they see something like this. And usually, it'll start crawling, and then it'll open its mouth, and then, like, another creature will come out of its mouth as its tongue. You know what I mean? Like, that is a straight up LSD trip type of thing, bro. Like, I know Brando Sando don't be on no shrooms, but man, like, this is like, this is a psychedelic inducing thing. And she's like, is this what you came to show me? And he's like, hell no. And this is when we get introduced to another type of person or another ethnicity or whatever you want to call him. I can't think of the proper word. I think that's the proper word. But a terraceman who's in his earlobes were stretched out and the ears themselves contained studs that ran around the perimeter of the hole. He wore lavish, colorful robes of a terrace steward, and his garments were made of embroidered, overlapping V shapes, alternating among the three colors of his master's house, and that's fire. And that is awesome. And then here we see something that really stood out to me, right? Vince starts talking about Kelsier's brother. She was like, yo, you two don't get along. He's older than you. Kelsier's like, yeah. She goes, did he beat you often? He's like, beat me? He never beat me. She's like, so you stopped him. Maybe this is why he doesn't like you. How did you escape? Did you run? Or were you just stronger than him? And he's like, Vin, Marsh never tried to beat me. We argued, but we never really wanted to hurt each other. She was just like, hey, whatever you say, man. And then this is something that I love. Is just, he's like, what a life. There were so many children like Vin in the underground. His mother had been a resourceful mistress of a nobleman, a clever woman who had managed to hide the fact that she was a Ska from her lord. Kelsier and Marsh grew up with privilege, were considered illegitimate but still noble, until their father had finally discovered the truth. So, it's amazing to see Kelsier look at Vin and see a child, because Vin herself doesn't really see it like that. You know what I mean? But she does, but it's not the same. Like, again, when you're from Vin's POV, she sees the world in a way that's not exactly childlike intrinsically. But when you see her from Kelsier's point of view, it's like, damn. It's like, literally, this poor thing. You know what I mean? This poor child. But when you're from her POV, you don't get the sense of this poor child in the same manner as when you see it from another adult looking at this poor child. You know? I don't know if that makes sense. You know, it's like seeing the Lost Boys from an adult's point of view rather than the kid's point of view. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, yo, they're chilling on Neverland. And then you're an adult and you're like, oh my God, all these children are by themselves. You know, it's like you see things just so differently. And I love how big of a POV switch it truly is for the perspective of the character. From the perspective and the perspective of, you know, of one thing. Love that. Love that. Also, W mention of, you know, a little Kelsier lore there. Finding out that, yo, he had a taste of the good stuff of the glory. You know what I mean? Almost kind of reasserting the selfishness of the axe a little bit, you know, kinda. But usually it takes the person that was on the other side, going to the other side, to do something about it. Because the people that are actually from the other side, born and raised and everything there, the hope is usually lost from their eyes. Like they don't have that same sense of hope or that same sense of we can overcome something as a person who's had the thing and lost it has, right? You know, right? The ambition, I don't know if this is true, but the ambition of someone who has lost something as opposed to the person that never had it in the first place, it definitely is different. It is like 100% different. And it does weigh pretty heavily on both of those type of people. So once they come together, that's when things can actually start to be accomplished. Because now you have someone who understands both sides talking to someone on the other side. You know? And that's what's awesome, and that's what things need to happen. That's how things need to happen, excuse me. And then again, you know, she's like, yo, why did you tell me everything? And he's like, yo, because I told you I would. And she's like, now that I know, I can run away. And he's like, okay, go ahead. And she's like, there's metals you didn't tell me about. Why? And he was like, I didn't leave them out because I was trying to keep stuff from you. It's just they're difficult to get used to. I can teach you, but not here. And she's all, I'm not trying to trick you. People serve on my cruise and da 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 da. And then she's like, except one, the betrayal that sent you to the pits. And then he's like, oh shit, how do you know about that? She's like, I know things. I love that she has such an attitude, you know? I don't know. I don't feel like it's kind of awesome how the character of Vin is, I think I just said this, but she's so different. Like, so different. Like, she's so different. You know, from his eyes. Like, I don't want to say she's a brat because she's not, but she's just so like, I don't know. And he tells her, my crews rely on trust, no coercions. If you want to go. We can turn around and I'll show you the last two stuff and you can go head on. And he's like, yo, you even got these 3,000 boxings. And she's like, bruh. And it's like she seems so, like, I don't want to say she seems feral, but it's like, you know, she just seems like so unacclimated to any type of anything at all. It's so sad. It's just literally like, poor thing. And it's like, yo, it's yours. And he's like, all right, turn around. Come on, let's go. And then she's like, nah, it's all good. We ain't got to leave. And he's like, why do you want to come with me if you don't trust me? And she's like, because I want to see what happens. And I'm not going to lie, I love that. I just want to see what happens being an explanation. Like, that's, like, yeah, bruh, for sure. And then we find out that having a keep in Luthadel qualified a house for noble status. Many families also maintained a residence in one of Luthadel's outskirts cities, though, and because it was less crowded, it was cleaner, and they were less strict in the observance of imperial laws. It was filled with lavish manors and villas. Most of them were Aspens, most of the trees that they had were aspens whose bone white bark was somehow resistant to the discoloring of ash, which is a amazing little drop right there. They pull up. As they pull up, though, yeah, as they pull up, Kelsier also lets her know, like, yo, this place is nice and all, but it's not nice at all. Like, it could be so much better. And he was like, no, all the homes are still stained black. The soil is arid and lifeless, and the trees grow leaves of brown. And she's like, that's what color they're supposed to be. And he's like, nah, they're supposed to be green. And she's like, green? What are you talking about? Like, why would it be green? You know what I mean? Like, damn. And then Kelsier tells her, and then we get another lore drop here. Burn away all unused metals you haven't used at the end of the night. Some metals that allomancers use are poisonous if digested, so it's best not to sleep with them in your stomach. So it's interesting, right? It's like, it's like, even though, like, in my head, what I see happen when they drink the metal is that it goes into like a vial that's inside of their body, right? Like, that's what I see. It's like they have a vial, they drink the metal goes down, but it goes into like another vial in their body that separates each metal from each other. But obviously that's not what happens, right? It's all just in their stomach. So it's like, yeah, this can also be digested, and that's why you have to burn the metal. It would make sense that it probably would take them longer to digest the metals because of, them being allomancers and all of these other things. But it's like, hey, if you go to sleep with that shit in there and you're just not burning it and it's just there, then yeah, it makes sense that you would probably get sick from it if you don't, burn it all off before, it gets digested in your stomach, because you just have metal in your stomach and you can use it. That's still dangerous. It's still toxic. I guess that's a good question too, as if to, like, they can be poisoned with anything in their system like that too. Or, I don't know. They probably can, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. They pull up to the manor. She meets Renault. And then it says that Vin had to resist cringing when the imposter's eyes fell on her. He seemed far too much of a nobleman. And it's like, damn. Like, damn, like, she's so scarred, bro. Like, she's so scarred from things going on. And everybody is just like, look at this child. And she's yet again, yo, this place is so clean. And it's just such a chef's kiss to see how amazed she is by life, by this other side of the tracks, Like, the other side of the tracks, you never really get to, I don't know, I just feel like you don't see this type of, I don't know. But I like it. And she's just amazed by everything that's going on, legit. And then Renault wants to talk to Kelsier about what's going on. And then she's all, what was that you said about trust Kelsier? She was like, wait, why am I even mad about this? Like, why do I care that I'm not a part of this conversation? Like, why is this bothering me? It never bothered me before. And then she's like, I know what it is. I've been treated with too much respect. I've been made to feel too important. I'm beginning to think that I deserve to be a part of this secret confidence and stuff. And then boom, Reen's laughter in the back of her mind discredited those thoughts, and she sat, annoyed at both herself and Kelsier, feeling ashamed, but not exactly certain why. Like, just really showing all of these things that's going on. Like, if I didn't know any better, I would think that her brother was also a soother and like pushed her emotions almost to infinity. I don't think that's possible though, but it seems like that's what's going on. The way that her brother is just always in her head, it seems like he was like he did the put he was always pushing her with with his abilities, causing her to think a certain way. You know what I mean? But I don't know. But again, I don't think that's how that works. So that's why I don't think that's what's happening here. Oh, and then Sazed, is that how I think that's how you say his name? Sazed, Sazed, Sazed. How is it? What is it?
It probably found a corpse, Kelsier said. I've never heard of a mistwraith attacking a full-grown, healthy adult. That's probably... No, neither. Almost the man. Sazed had a long, flat face and a will...
There we go. Sazed. Yeah. Yeah, I love that about Sazed. For real. Like, Sazed walks over to her while they're in the house, and then he just waits with a stiff posture, hands clasped in front of him, eyes forward. And she was, like, already uncomfortable, there. And now she's like, okay, what's going on? Oh, and then I really like this too. And it says she's uncomfortable amid such finery. She felt as if she stood out like a black spot on a clean rug. She didn't eat the breads for fear that she would drop crumbs on the floor, and she worried at her feet and legs, which had been stained with ash while walking through. All of this cleanliness came at the ska's expense, Vin thought. Why should I worry about disturbing it? However, you know what I mean? It was like she couldn't feel outraged because she saw that basically the ska were treated pretty good. And then she's yawning, she's tired, and then she can't eat because Sazed. Damn, I forgot his name just that quick. Sazed, I think it is Sazed. Sazed is right behind her, and she's like, could you not stand over my shoulder like that? And then he takes 2 steps forward so that he stood next to her chair rather than behind it. And then he adopted the same stiff stance, putting his hands in front of him, standing up straight, and then looking forward. Bro. What in the world? Literally got me rolling. I'm literally like, bro, this is hilarious. And then he just starts, and then she's like, bro, come on. And then she sees that he's like laughing. And then he glances down at her, and her eyes are twinkling at his joke. Bruh. Like, it's like, oh, man. That's such a beautiful moment. I've never known a terrorist man with a sense of humor. I was under the impression that you hadn't known any terrorist men at all. I love it. Everyone is so snappy and witty with each other almost. And then she's like, how much do you know? And she's like, oh, do you mean how did a terroristman steward end up as a part of a rebellion intending to overthrow the final empire? And bruh's like, and she's like, damn, bruh knows everything. And he's like, yo, do you believe the Lord Ruler is the ascended avatar of God? Do you believe that he, as the ministry teaches, is a sliver of infinity? If upon explanation you find that the ministry's teachings do not suit you, then I would be pleased to offer you an alternative. The alternative depends The right belief is like a good cloak. It fits you. If it fits you well, it'll keep you warm, but the wrong fit will suffocate you. And then they come back in, and bruh's like, bro, she cannot be my nephew. She can't be my niece that's about to be my inheritor. I got hella cousins. Like, I got hella male cousins I don't know. It was going to be hard enough to sell a nephew. You know what I mean? Like, it was going to be hard enough to sell a nephew. And I was like, yeah, that's for sure. Um. Oh, and then we get all we basically she's gonna be wait, what is she gonna be? A young scion or scion I brought to Luthadel, one of my distant but favored cousins. Everyone would assume that my ulterior motive is to marry her off to a high noble family, gaining myself another connection to those in power. And I love that as well because again it gives us a very good understanding of how intelligent these people are that she's dealing with for real. And then of course she's also still stealing food when she doesn't need to. She doesn't understand why Kelsier is like, no offense, as to her not being a refined court member. And then we got this interesting thing right here, but Kelsier says that I don't think Sazed is or Sazed is a steward to anyone anymore. And he's like, what do you say, Zaz, basically? And and bro basically cocks his head and he's like, yo, a terraceman without a master is like a soldier with no weapon. I have enjoyed my time attending to Lord Renew, and now I'll enjoy my time attending back to you. And then he's like, nah, not me. You got to prepare the girl. So it's almost like a little Princess Diaries-ish as well. You know what I mean? Like, she has to learn how to become a noble woman. And then we get a beautiful moment, yo. Kelsier apologizes to Vin for not being able to have her, be a part of all of the plans. And he's like, yo, I promise you, like, this has nothing to do with you. He's a marvelous actor. He just doesn't want people to know of why and how he has taken Renew's place. And then she's like, damn, like, I believe you. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I believe you. And then, of course, he leaves Sazed to be her terraceman. And then he's like, yo, you'll have a bath ready in the morning, all this stuff. And then he turns, handing her his candle. And he's like, yo, will you require anything else? And she asks him questions. And he's like, and then she's like, and then she's like, Sazed? And he's like, yes, Mistress Vin. She goes, Kelsier, he's a good man, isn't he? Sazed smiles and he says, a very good man, mistress. One of the best I've known. And Vin says, a good man. I don't think I've ever known one of those before. And then he smiles, bows, turns, and walks away. And then she shuts the door. And I'm like, damn, son, this is a fire, bro. And that brings us to the end of part 1. What a freaking bro. What a freaking banger of an introduction to all of this beautiful story, yo. Man, I love it so much. I definitely can't wait to see what all you guys are saying about it. If you guys are watching this on the replay, please let us know in the comment section down below what were your thoughts of part 1. I will be doing a separate video for part 1 of book 1 of Mistborn. Probably tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow. Damn, I still need to put out a video or something today. I hope I have something in the... I'm just going to take a TikTok and post it on there or something, because I got to post something today. I want to post something every day for sure, no matter what. So yeah, I'm pumped, yo. I'm pumped. I really enjoyed this first chapter. It was actually fantastic. Yo, I also love the epigraphs. I was very confused at first. I didn't... Okay, are they... They are all before the chapter was, right? Because, of course, the way that the book is set up, you can't really tell if it's set before mine, because everything is on the same page. So you can't really tell if it's the beginning of the chapter or the end of the chapter, because they start back to back. But what I've been doing is basically using them as the end of the as the beginning of the chapter placeholder, since they just say 5, you know what I mean? And that's kind of a lame way to just kind of start it, but you know, having that epigraph being read going into the new chapter, I think that's a great way to do it. But I love those as well. And epigraphs, if I'm not mistaken, are pieces of text that exist in universe. So that is another reason why I believe that our epigraphs are coming from the Lord Ruler himself. I don't know this to be true, but that is my theory at this moment. Kelsier is teaching Ben what the select button does. For real. Kel is like sink or swim. Facts. It is a different experience in audiobook versus physical. I read it physically, and it didn't come across as a tutorial when read. When listening, though, it does sound more tutorial-like. Okay, look. I don't want y'all to come for me when I say this, but in my opinion, it is because Kramer's reading is a little bit more mechanical. It's not bad, but it is very monotone, and it just kind of stays in this very similar pattern, and it doesn't kind of go out of that pattern. And that is very much the way that if you go like tutorial, that is how the tutorial talks to you. I don't know. It kind of feels like that. You know what I mean? And I want like a little bit more. I don't know. I need a little bit more sometimes, but it feels like a tutorial to me for that reason, because it's like the way bro is reading it, it's like he's reading it like it's a manual. I don't know. But the reading is always like that to me. That's why I preferred Rosamund Pike's reading in The Wheel of Time, because it was way more like it was way more like, you know what I mean? Like, she was feeling that shit. She would be like, no! And then, like, he'd be like, and then when he does it, he's like, no. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, bro, he's such a good reader, but at the same time, it's like very just, I don't know. It's very monotone in the way that it's presented. And I just need, like, I need some emotion. That's how I feel. You know, like, I don't feel like there's any, I don't know. He's a very good reader, and he reads very thoroughly as well, and that's why it works with this text, because this text is very thorough. But, like, bruh, the passion that Rosamund Pike put into The Wheel of Time, son, that shit right there, it just hits different. But I agree that the audio book does come across more tutorial-like, and I believe it's for that reason. And I know y'all are gonna come for me viciously, but that's just how I feel. Vin dropped the combo. Every time I read what they do, I'm like, okay, they did R1, R2, L1, L2, up, down, right. Wait, left, down, right, up. Facts, though. Facts. Facts. Trollocs, but more horrifying. I agree. Bro, the Misrace are just vibing, and they look terrifying while doing it. I agree. Everything about Chapter 8 was super heartbreaking in my opinion, because Vin's point of view was just so heartbreaking, as being like just a little 16-year-old girl just trying to exist in the world, and then it's just like, damn, wait, I didn't have, and then it's like, damn, I didn't have to fight for my life all this time. It's like, whoa, you know, that moment when she says, like, when she thinks like how easy things are makes her feel like all of her fighting, how hard it was before, was for nothing. And it's like, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but it's still like, damn. I forgot about Kelsier's childhood past. Yeah, his past is deep. I hadn't thought too much about how Kelsier had lost, but you're right. You're totally right. He can see the possibility. Yeah, he felt it. Like it was in, he lived the possibility. And then it got ripped from him and his brother and his mother at an age where he could remember. And then he was sent to the mines. He had the highs, and then he was sent to the lowest of the lows. There's not really a coming back from that. In a sane way, at least. Exactly. She comes out and asks what she wants. Kel wants her to stay, but I think she doesn't want her desperate. Oh, yes, he doesn't want her desperate if she actually left either. Yeah, I agree. These types of rules about keeping a house in Luthadel are reminiscent of the height of Imperial China. Really? What is that? Really? So, a person having a house... Okay. Okay, that actually works crazy perfectly. Thank you for that, my G. Sazed is an S-tier character. I love Sazed. Sazed is truly interesting. Spot on with the Princess Diaries comparison. Facts, like it's straight up that. You got the Ocean's 11 part. This is the My Fair Lady part. Oh, I've never watched My Fair Lady, so I don't understand that reference, but I do understand Princess Diaries. Is it safe to say that Princess Diaries is My Fair Lady? Is that accurate? I don't know. Would that be my generation's My Fair Lady? Is that an accurate thing to say, chat? I don't know. We got a lot of oldies in the chat, so you oldies would be able to know if you guys have seen both of the movies. I know Sharice is gonna have an answer. She's like right in the cusp of being an oldie. You know what I mean? So true. When I read this for the first time, I pronounced the name like hazed, but with an S. So I don't fault you for having trouble. Yo, I feel that though, right? Sazed is actually. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Yeah, Sazed. That would be a good one. I think you're supposed to piece together the epigraphs as you go, so it's okay to be confused. Bet that up. I highly recommend the graphic audiobooks. It's so amazing. I didn't even know that was a thing. I would have definitely got that one. I'm sorry, that sounds crazy. How dare you! I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bash him. Exactly. See, Sharice said, since they said there is no passion, there is no aggression. You know, like put some oomph in that shit, man. When someone yells, I want to know it. Like when someone screams in pain, I want you to be like, ah! Like I want to hear that shit, you know? I want to feel that shit. He pushed him off the board. He went flying. He screamed, ah. I think there's even a moment where Kelsier goes, ha, or something like that. And he's like, ha. And then she's like, you know, she winces from how loud it was. It's like, come on, man. Like you know, make us know. Wow. Straight up oppression. How is that oppression? That is not oppression. Like when Luce Theron screeched in Winter Dragon. Oh, yes. Yeah. See, even that, it's like, that's not, yes. And then remember how Rosamund hit that shit? Ileana! You remember how Rosamund Pike hit that on the Wheel of Time audiobook when we listened to it? That was crazy the way she hit it, for real. Audiobook's tagline is a movie in your mind, and it's 100% true. Oh, yeah, I definitely got to check that one out. Does it have, like, the sound effects and shit added to it as well, or is it just, you know, like, you know what I mean? My Fair Lady is a super old movie. It's from the 60s. It's like my mom's age. You've seen it, have you not? I think that's more of my point. Is like, you know that you've seen it. So is My Fair Lady the 60s Princess Diaries? You know what I mean? Or is Princess Diaries the 2000s My Fair Lady? Sharice, you know the answer to this question. Don't try to stand on business because you don't want to be an old lady. You know what I'm saying? Nah, don't do that. It's okay. You can have old lady qualities. There's nothing wrong with that. I know you got mints in your purse. You know what I'm saying? I know you got I know you got little hard candies. See, I knew you knew. I knew you knew. Come on. I know you know the answer. Why are we doing this? Why are we playing these games? Ooh, it's got a full cast, soundtrack, and sound effects? Okay, that's actually pretty fire. Maybe we can do that, something like that for, what's it called? Like on I don't know, something. It sounds fire, though. I do want to do that. I have all 7 of the graphic audiobook, and I listen to them repeatedly. That sounds fire. Not the granny hard candies. You know you got them. I know you got them in your purse. Don't act like you don't. You got the mints. You got the, what are they called? The caramels. I don't know what them things is called, but I know you got them. You feel me? I know you got them, man. I know. You probably eating a bowl of oatmeal right now, you know, for a little late night snack. You know what I'm saying? A bowl of cream of wheat in a moo-moo. All right, but you feel me? I really enjoyed part 1. I'm not gonna lie. It gave me everything that I wanted. It actually gave me more than what I wanted. I'm not gonna lie to you. It gave me so much more than I wanted. I didn't think we were gonna have this badass fight scene. I didn't think we were gonna have these badass moments of just flying through the sky and swinging like Spider-Man. I had no idea that these things were gonna be what was going to be partaking in the first part of the book. And I hate to always talk about my own book and my own writing, but man, did it make me happy that I, like, for a lot of the things that I, like, a lot of the stuff that I did, I was like, man, is it something? Not a lot of the stuff, but there was just certain moments where I was like, is it too early in the book to do this thing? And it's like, there is no text, there is no book on how to do these things, right? It's like there is a layout for like the plots and like there's a structure layout, but there is no map on how you do the thing that you want to do. Like, you can tell the story however you want to tell the story. It's just up to you. You know what I mean? So I'm excited to, you know, get my own writing popping and going and stuff like that. And this Friday, I will be doing a first look at my book, talking about it, reading it, doing all that stuff with all you lovely, beautiful people, hopefully answering any questions that you guys may have along the way. I'm still kind of dabbling on if I'm going to read it myself or if I'm going to do the, you know, the other one of like just letting it play. I'm still teetering and tottering. I know that Brando Sando read his, but I'm no Brando, so you know, yeah. But if any of you guys are interested in tuning in on that day on Friday, you guys can. I think it's like set for 3:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can go look at it. You can set the post notifications for it and all that good stuff. And next week we'll be back to start part 2 of book 1 for Mistborn. I believe this book is called The Final Empire. Yeah. So we'll start with chapter 9. I said this already, but our reading for next week will be chapters 9 through 15 of Mistborn, The Final Empire. So if you guys will be coming back for episode 3 of Reading Wednesday, technically reading Mistborn. If you guys will be back for reading Mistborn, I'm sorry. If you guys will be back for book club on the next reading Wednesday, then make sure you guys subscribe so you can get those post notifications on, and then we will be posting a more intrinsic schedule of what we will be doing for the book on our community tab. So make sure you tune in with that community tab. And I would also like to start holding low-key like discussions about the book. I don't know how many of you guys are in the Discord, but I would love to start talking about the, you know, like the weekly books or whatever, somehow, some way, even if we're like chatting about it in the Discord and, you know, we're talking about you know, whatever it is like that. So yeah, I definitely appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in and vibing out with me. Definitely hope to see you all next week when we cover chapters 9 through 15 of part 2 of Mistborn, The Final Empire. Okay, yeah. So I'm excited for it. You guys can also look out for that review video. I'll be doing a part 1 review for this. I'm excited to do that, and I'm excited to kind of get the vibes and the ball rolling, ladies and gentlemen. So again, appreciate you, lovely people. Drop a like on the video if you like the video. Shout out to all of y'all watching on the rewatch. And yeah, much love to everybody. I hope you guys all have a fantastic day. If you haven't already, make sure you follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions of whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. You can also check out that weekly podcast wherever you check out your podcast at. Okay, you know, type our name in the search bar, give us a little review, and of course, let us know how we do. And you can also become a Brovenger here on YouTube. You can join, become a member, become a Brovenger, or you can check out that Patreon. We're gonna start posting a whole bunch of content on there. It's gonna be crazy. So again, I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you guys all have a fantastic day. And as I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Excelsior.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan. Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one. Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.
On today's pop culture news update.
Who's a fascist?